Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Ah, I forgot to look this up. Actually, hold on. Let me just try something. I think. Um, what is? Oh yeah, still had that one thing. Yeah.
Up we go, Carol.
Oh my god. Hold on, dude.
Max volume.
Alright, bro. Is this audio? I completely forgot. Hold on. Hello, hello? Okay, I think it should be fine.
Game mode. RGB off. RGB on. Music mode. Game mode.
Okay. Hope I didn't just mess up.
Max volume.
Okay.
Mamma mia! Avanti! Figure out. Leave it to me. Physical damage detected. Oh my god. Do not
Dude.
still recognize me. Still be safe. Can you keep up?
That was horrible. Okay, so that
Can you keep up?
thing. Is that part of Brent's? To unlock this is probably Brent, right? Brent's story.
Lighter than a dove.
Alrighty. Oh. Nightmare. Huh? Trying to recode. Where the hell is... Wait, is this even the right place? Where is this, oh, there we go. I want to see if this girl shows up again.
Can you keep up?
That's the same. Pretty sure this is the same.
Can you keep up?
Look at the two people here arguing or something.
Can you keep up?
There they go. They moved over just to argue. Oh. Okay. Oh. But they're arguing. Yeah, I'll see.
Lighter than a duck. Can you keep up?
Throwing apples. Oh, it's not apple, it's a ball. Yeah, but what did I even do? I can't get it. Alright. Who the hell is this guy just standing and looking at this? Ooh. What the hell is this man named Grace or something? Who the hell is this other girl? seeing her.
Can you keep up?
Oh. What the hell? Oh, okay. There she goes. Okay, so I'm guessing if there's people standing and then, or doing something and disappear, probably something related to this girl. Damn, bro. Like a whole, silent film happening in, or like, oh yeah, kind of like a silent film, I guess. It's like everywhere you look, it's like something changing. Oh no, her mother's name is Betty. Yeah, Betty. Okay.
Can you keep up?
Oh, she's calling for the little girl again.
Can you keep up?
And then Lola will probably go over there. Right, get her like before, right? Yeah. Alright. I don't really think there's anything else that different. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Hmm.
Can you keep up?
She really living the perfect little world inside her dream. Well, I mean, what she always wanted, so. Alright. I don't think there's that much of a difference.
Can you keep up?
always feathers. Alright, well. No, I guess. One punch, sure.
Can you keep up? Quickly and swiftly. Still recognizing. Running won't save me. Mamma mia! I'll go We'll improvise. Mamma mia! Leave it to me. Stay calm. My compliment. Brilliant lights the way. Found your weak spot.
Fate awaits you.
Can you keep up?
Okay.
Quickly and swiftly. Leave it to me. I am grafting you. Stay calm.
No escape.
My compliment. Still recognize me. You will yield. Mamma mia!
Sentence is due.
My compliment. Can you keep up? Quickly and swiftly.
Forgot about that.
Astral modulation. Rolling out. Transform. Diminish. Mamma mia! Avanti. Figure out. I'll roll up the crown. My compliments. Can you keep up? Can you keep up? Quickly and swiftly. Mamma mia! Avanti! Figure out. Stay safe. Running won't save me.
Alright. Just running around doing a bunch of random stuff.
Gently does it? Huh.
Oh my god. I do wonder if there's like some secret, like, well, not really secret. Well, I mean, hidden would be also considered secret. I wonder if there's be like some hidden lore around here. Because now
Can you
that
keep up?
I beat the quest, I could just blabber about all my
A smooth journey.
conspiracies. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, for sure. That reminds me. Hold on. From that event, it's basically like it's like a parody version of Kuro Games. But if you actually, hold on, because I actually saved it. Let me see. The job openings, one of them says urgent hire, chef, then artificer trainer, engineer, script play conductor, crisis planner, eavesdropping specialist. And that basically reminds me of that theory that I had yesterday. I'm pretty sure this holds some weight to it. Because, well, actually, some of them has kind of nothing to do with a theater. Like chef, engineer, other ones, yeah, pretty much. But I don't know. I guess, could be like a chef that cooks for everybody on or behind, like, the scenes of a theater. I really don't know. But yeah, man, my whole theory about the Fraccidus basically being almost like a theater type thing, like Cristofaro, the screenwriter, then the conductor for Lova, Scar. I'm like 99% sure he's the lead actor. The architect, I really don't know. Because I don't know if the architect would be like the main overseer. I don't know. I'm not really sure about that. If I had to guess, I don't know. Maybe it could be two different people. Maybe the overseer would be like, well, that could be like an architect in some way. Be almost like a director, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, everybody in the Fraccidus is like, their role is almost like theater type related. Which is kinda odd. But if my theory about the Fraccidus and Rover being connected, which Rover being the founder of it, then that could probably make a little more sense, I guess. Everyone having like a theater type role. Because it would probably basically be like, what's like a good way to explain it? I don't know. Maybe like, well, probably, I guess you could consider it almost like a Hollywood set. How the hell do I? Oh,
Can you keep up?
never mind. Actually, I'm just saying a whole bunch of random stuff. I'm kind of not making any sense. I'm also confusing myself with my own thoughts. Also trying to figure out what the hell. Oh, stupid. Literally right in front of me. But yeah, basically, over. Yeah. Rover is the founder, so I guess maybe you could consider maybe like an investor in the story. Overseer is the director. And then, like I said, Scar and everybody else. Architect? You know what? Now I think about it, I don't think the architect are the overseer. I think those are two different roles. I think the overseer is literally probably just called the director. And the architect, architect could be, I guess, like the recruiter. Like, probably recruit Scar, Safaro, or Lova. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like how many like roles, like crucial roles. You know, I'm not into theater, so I really don't know. Oh, I just realized. What if, like, well, this is probably not really like a good comparison. But, what if Rover is, like, almost kind of like a Quentin Tarantino type of thing, and, like, stars in his own film. So it could be also like investor in the store. Oh damn, that's it?
We'll improvise.
Oh. Okay. Even give me a time limit. But yeah, what the hell, dude? Yeah, I know. I'm like all over the place when I talk about stuff. Kind of tend to do that a lot. But yeah. So like, what if Rover was? Because I also did say
Your fate.
that he probably thought he went too far with everything. I still think that's true. And then that's when he left the Praxidus. Probably made the Black Shores to combat the Praxidus. But before he left, oh damn, first try. Yeah, but before he left, he
Can you keep up?
he probably like I wouldn't say I guess you could say like a supporting actor. Because if you really think about it, in most movies, in most great movies, of course the lead actor has to be great, or lead actress has to be great. But it's the supporting one that like really makes, I guess you could say like film stand out even more or better because of like the dynamic like those two characters have.
Can you keep up?
So what if Rover thought he could like, I don't know, I guess like save the world? Maybe destroy it and start over. Well, actually, no, maybe not destroy it and start over. Because if you wanted to destroy it, then you want to save the practice. But, yeah, that's kind of what I'm probably gonna do. He probably chose like a supporting actor or actress if you have to throw over.
Can you keep up?
I might go all over the place. Like keep like stopping to like focus. But yeah, he probably chose the
Can you keep up?
supporting actor. Because if you like, I guess like a lead role, he probably wouldn't be able to like, I don't know, maybe like fully focus on his true intentions. Maybe? I don't know. I'm honestly really not too sure about that. He might not even be an actor inside
Quickly
the
and swiftly.
whole like practice stuff. He may just be like I said before, I guess like an investor type role. This would probably be like the equivalent to like a founder.
Leave it to me.
Or maybe, okay, hold on. Maybe that's what it is. And then the practice,
Transform.
obviously couldn't
My compliments.
do what they really wanted to do without Rover's help. So they like hold it off on everything, waited for him to reappear, and then basically forced him into
Can you keep up?
like the lead acting role. and then Scar will be the supporting character to Rover. Yeah, that makes more sense. But his probably original one was for Scar to be the lead actor. Yep. Yeah, my theories in my mind is like
Can you keep up?
all over the place. I don't see why every time you watch those theory videos, they be having like scripts. So they'll just go off the rails. Oh, what the hell am I supposed to be doing? Am I dumb? Is there really nothing on over this side? Oh, wait a minute. Is this...
Can you keep up?
This is... where you come out of a part of the mission, right? Well, I just did it yesterday. I literally forgot. Oh my god. What the hell is wrong with me?
Can you keep up?
Okay, I gotta go back this way. Again, I'm just making everything complicated. Who's also in mission? Yeah. Honestly, I really don't have too much theories on Wuthering Waves. Kind of just play and just let it all happen.
A smooth journey.
And also, it was really like kind of more like straightforward for us, I guess. Even though obviously they are just stuff that's unanswered. But you know, I'm doing it's gonna be a long forward. It's gonna be out for a while. I don't think they're moving anytime soon. I have a long future. Although, I've always did wonder, who is that girl that, Rover leaves from, like, in the very, very beginning? I like, really have no idea. I don't even think he cares. Honestly, I never even really thought about it too much. I just thought she was just, you know, just there. Well, maybe also because I don't play PGR. Well, I do, but not that much. As much. That's probably true. I really don't know too much of the lore about that. Just like Honka Impact. I don't know too much. I know like very, very little. Well, actually, Honka Impact, I know a little bit more than I do about PGR. But I have seen people say that, yeah, that girl looks like Lucia. So I don't know. Maybe that could be related. Like, um, dude, what the hell is this? Am I making this complicated? Yes, I am. Okay, yeah, I made that way too complicated. But yeah, I've heard people say that that girl looks like Lucia. And I do know Lucia is like mad powerful. It's basically like the Kiana of like Kuro games. Like extremely, extremely powerful. I mean, even rivaling Dante and Virgil, Devil May Cry. Even though that's a collab and stuff, but those two characters are literally. Well, actually, no, they're not the strongest, but they're one of the strongest in like all of games. When you like include like the lore and the power and all that stuff, being a like sons of an angel. I forgot what the mother was. Well, I know the mother was an angel, but I don't know what position. I don't know if she was almost like the dad, because I know the dad was a demon from hell. I think it was like second in command or something. I don't know if the mother was also like in heaven with the angels. That's another thing. I gotta replay all that. And I also gotta finish it. I literally have all of them. I never even finished all of them, which is stupid. But I don't have 5. Surprisingly. Yeah, but they're like up there in terms of like strength. Who would be the strongest? Actually, maybe Wukong. Wukong would actually probably be the strongest. Because he only got defeated by his own arrogance, if you really think about it. Because, yeah, Buddha tricked him, but he kind of just, like, you know, thought so highly of himself that he couldn't be tricked at all. So, he kind of just, like, fucked himself. But, yeah, Buddha still technically tricked him also. But, yeah, maybe Wukong. Oh, probably Doom. I forgot about him. Nah, I'm supposed to be talking about all these theories for these games. I'm talking about the strongest people. Yeah, fuck it. But yeah, who else? I feel like why am I like blanking on so many people? I've only literally keep thinking about gacha people, like game characters. It's what I've really been playing for a while lately. Because honestly, all these games that come out just kind of fucking suck. It's honestly not even worth the money to be spending 70 Look, in some cases they want to be pushing $80 for standard release games. Like, that's just fucking ridiculous. Just wait for it to go on sale. But yeah, anyways, I'm not gonna even get into all that corporate crap. But yeah, be like Dante, Virgil, Wukong, Goku, obviously, just because it like it's literally like replicates Wukong, Kratos, Doom. That's if I didn't say Doom already. I felt like I did. Darth Vader. Um, I'm like really trying to think of like game characters, not trying to like movie characters. I mean, even though there's a whole bunch of Star Wars games and other stuff, but still trying to keep it like gaming, like related. Basically, like born from gaming. What I'm trying to say. Um. Uh. Who else? Oh my god, why am I blanking? I'm like so stuck on stupid. And every person I keep thinking of, they're like, I mean, they're strong like in their game, but like strongest compared to everybody, not even close. Um, I guess I'll finish with this area. The hell is this? I don't know if I wanna. Okay, maybe. Okay, let's do this one. What the hell? Oh, I probably have to go. Yeah. Okay.
Can you keep
Oh my god, how can I forget oh my god, dude. What the hell is wrong with me? I literally
Can
just
you
remembered the guy and then I forgot. Asura, oh, like Asura's Wrath. That guy. I'm pretty sure his name is just Asura. But then they say his Wrath because honestly, I don't even remember too much about what happens in that game either. I know that game is also like a little bit about like Buddhist type stuff. Or maybe I think it's like a mixture of Buddhist and Hinduism. I think, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Naruto is like that. Actually, yeah. That's true with like Amaterasu was just like the sun goddess. Then you had the moon god. Or is it moon goddess? I know it starts with an I. Is it like Izunami or something like that? Or Izunagi? I don't remember. I know it's one of those things. Then like the Ninth Tails path and stuff like that. And chakra, pretty sure that's like the Hinduism part, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah. Um, dude, I started from like what you call it. I started from talking about the fractions and stuff, and I'm over here talking about what Naruto is based on. Again, that'd be all over the place. And honestly, I really don't know how to... Hold on. Oh shit. Okay, that wasn't much trouble. Actually, what the fuck? Okay, yeah, I'm just,
Can you keep up?
again, overthinking. I'm also just blabbing about stuff and like confusing the hell out of myself. Talking about how much of crap. What am I
Lighter than a
doing?
dove. Anything catch your eye? Can you keep up?
Oh, look at that. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I already saw. Let's put this down.
Can you keep up?
Oh. I thought there was another mechanism thing.
Can you keep up?
But yeah, man, I honestly really do wonder. Because now that I'm starting to like really get into like lore, I mean, well, I'm always into lore stuff. Basically in every game that I play. I don't know, I just find it more interesting.
At your disposal.
What the hell was that?
Stay calm. Transform.
I don't know, I think I just like the story inside of the story.
I'll roll up the clouds.
Yeah, sounds weird, but yeah. Especially like Resident Evil, Assassin's Creed. Whew. I mean, even though Assassin's Creed lately, that's a whole nother topic also. Like, dude, they could have done so much, but now it's just all like, it's all just like messed up.
Is that it?
Oh, I got it. I just realized you could have used Pullover's thing to hit those easier. Yeah. I'm just gonna keep winging
Can you
it
keep up?
and just hit it on luck. I don't want to cheat. I mean, even though I cheated in every other game. There's cheat codes in, I do it. I'm old school, man.
Can you keep up? Start small,
Wait a
build
minute,
big.
hold on. This... You know what, I'm gonna keep going this way. Then I'll come back here later. But yeah, Assassin's Creed, like, it was all cool and stuff. the apple, and then like Juno and Minerva. What was that guy's name? Forgot the dude's name. Basically like the Isu gods and stuff like that. And then they like introduced like the sages, and I mean it's not that much complicated, but I don't know. I feel like they just threw way too much stuff at once that made it complicated. And then like literally in a span of like 7 games, that's when everything became clear. Because now it kind of like makes somewhat a little bit sense. But yeah, them killing Desmond, oh my god, that was also kind of dumb. I don't know why the hell they did that. And then again, like I said, like 7 games later, basically just now like fixed it. Because in Valhalla, he's like what's his name? Because I know in that game also they have like the actual like gods. The Isus I think was just like the first. Oh, actually not. I think they are. I guess you could say like the first like humans, like the first creation. But I do, because they never actually talk about this. So this is just like the theory part that like starts to come out. But they really never said like if the how the fuck do you do? Am I dumb? How the hell? Let me just keep going this way. Yeah, but they never, yeah, I'm over here distracting myself like I always do. They never really said if Minerva, Juno, and again, I forgot the guy's name. I literally cannot remember.
Can you keep up?
And the guy was like the representation, maybe reincarnation of like the original like god of Assassin's Creed. So if I'm not mistaken, I think the original god broke themselves into 3 pieces, which is the listener, which was Minerva most likely, and then Layla now took up that position, and then the dude was he the reader? Pretty sure he was the reader. And then why does it sound like behind me? It's in front of me.
Physical damage detected. I'll roll out a crown.
But yeah, Desmond was the reader. I'm pretty sure that guy was also. And then the daughter, which I actually never. I'm pretty sure they did say it, but I don't remember. I have to replay those games again also. But honestly, the last couple ones, it's just, I didn't even get Mirage. I just watched it on YouTube. And the Shadows, definitely not. Yeah, because I'm honestly just kind of done with Ubisoft games. Like,
Can you
spend
keep up?
$70 and it don't even work.
Lighter than a dove. A smooth journey.
Basically, like, unplayable. And you have to, like, wait for, like, a patch. Comes out, like, a year later to fix everything. It's ridiculous. So I just be watching it on YouTube. But yeah, then, if I'm not mistaken, I think the third one is called The Voice, which was Juno. But then, of course, they had her in prison. Desmond freed her. Then she was out and about. And then, I think it was her that started all that Sage crap. And then, like, honestly getting really lucky. Like, early hit rolls. Yesterday it took me like 10 tries. But yeah. Actually, hold on. Now that I think about it, I think in the Atlantis DLC and Odyssey, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I think Juno decorated the stage. Was it the stage that's her husband? And then a whole bunch of other stuff that I don't remember. And then I'm pretty sure now The Voice, because I think Juno's officially dead now. Damn, I literally cannot remember most of the stuff. I gotta like rewatch a video, because honestly I don't know if I'm gonna play. I mean, I could play the originals, but like Origins is honestly kind of, I could kind of tolerate that one more. Oh. Oh my god. So close. Damn, dude, this shit going mad fast. Hold on. Let me... God damn it. Okay. Maybe... Hold on. I gotta focus. Because you know me. I'm horrible at stuff. Dude, no fucking way. Come on, go through. Go through. What the hell is that? God damn it. Hold on, maybe. One strange reason I thought a taller person would be faster. Ay. No fuck. Oh my god. What? Bro, no way I'm making this more complicated than it needs to be. Let me just finish my Assassin's Creed theory before I completely forget like I always do.
Stay calm.
So yeah, then Juno created the Sage. I'm pretty sure that was her husband. And then Juno is dead. I'm pretty sure. And then, what's this guy's name? Loki. He was also, because Loki was like his real name, or like so-called real name, because he's also like Isu created. But anyway, him. I can't think of his other name right now.
Rest in silence,
I know he was like
their fated journey.
an assassin. Oh shit! I cannot believe I made that so complicated. So stupid.
Please have them. I hope they will prove useful.
But yeah, now I'm just pretty sure that. Oh, Bassam, that's his name. Bassam. I'm pretty sure Bassam now just took over as that role, as like the Juno part of like the Trinity. Which again, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure it's the voice. And then Layla and Desmond are probably sitting at that tree, coming up with like a new way to make like a new hero to like break that cycle and probably free them. But then, honestly, knowing how Assassin's Creed is, probably I can't swim in this, right? I can't swim. But yeah, knowing again, not really Assassin's Creed, Ubisoft, they're like fucking up stories. I mean, again, look at all this Sage crap. And killing Desmond and then Layla. I mean, Layla was okay. Honestly, truthfully, I think she gets a little bit too much hate. But I will agree, some parts is just, oh my god, like what the hell is that writing? How the fuck do I get up there?
The wind rises.
What the hell, dude? Do I have to... Again, am I just making this more complicated than it needs to be? Okay, let me just do this. But yeah, they're probably just gonna make some new hero. And then that one will kill the voice which is most likely now Bassam. And then Layla and Desmond will probably just die off also because they want to start a new I guess like a new way for humanity or something. Again, who really knows because it's Ubisoft. I'm pretty sure this is not the right way to do this. How far? There's gotta be an easier way to do this and get up there. What is? Oh, okay. So it's. Pro. Imagine, oh my god, this would be like typically Ubisoft. They probably would do some shit like this. Desmond works with Layla, they defeat Bassam, and then Desmond just comes out and be like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna start a new humanity. I'm just gonna rewrite everything and then start over with myself. And then the next game he does after that move, he'll be the main character again, just to try to buy back old supporters. Yeah, knowing them they would do that. Do some dumbass shit like that, just to try to bring back old people or their old fan base. It's like Splinter Cell, dude. I don't think Splinter Cell's ever gonna come out. Like seriously. And then knowing them, they're probably gonna hire, if the guy's still alive. I honestly don't know. The original voice actor, Michael Ironside, and everyone's gonna be like, "Oh my god, it's just like the originals." My nostalgia. Then you play it as like shit. Like literally the one on the PlayStation 2. It's like more optimized. PlayStation 2 is like the worst version to play. It's like notoriously bad compared to the other ones. And I definitely know that because I've played the other ones. Like on Xbox before. And I grew up playing on the PlayStation 2 versions. Honestly, I would say the only one that I can't really tell the difference too much is Chaos Theory. Honestly. Like from PlayStation 2 to like Xbox. Oh, but yeah. I guess you could say that's like one theory down to Assassin's Creed. I honestly wasn't even thinking about that. Oh man, Genshin. Genshin. Dude, I'll always come back to that game. Genshin. All those theories I have about that. So, yeah, just like I said yesterday, I'm going to re-say it because I also thought more about all that stuff. And I think I have somewhat of a timeline for almost everything. Okay. Okay. So, to not confuse myself, I'm going to say the primordial one as Phanes. The primordial being is just gonna be Nubelon. So when I say primordial, it won't be either of them. It would just be the one above them, which is my theory. I guess you could say like the true primordial, the one that created even Nubelon, or helped create a Nubelon. Because let me just. Okay, so I think it was the original sun, which I don't know. I have literally no clue. Because I thought it could be maybe Kevin, from like Honka Impact. But I think his equivalent in Genshin would probably most likely be Phanes, which would make sense. Because I think Phanes, in his like sick, twisted way, is trying to like save humanity. And that sounds more like Kevin like. Besides like Finon. Finon is literally like a completely different anomaly. I mean, even though he is trying to save up, what am I doing? What the hell am I doing? Even though he is trying to save humanity, but I think with him, it's more like, dude, what the fuck is this? Was this only just to open the door? Am I making this complicated again?
The wind rises.
But yeah, so the sun is the primordial one. Then the Welkin moon, which when you buy that, what is it? It's not the. Oh, actually, it is the monthly thing with the maiden on the picture. That so. Okay, I also have a theory about that, but let me like try to put this all in order, so I don't confuse myself, because I'm horrible at this crap. So the sun and the original moon, which I think is the Welkin moon, came together. I do think the original moon is Paimon. And then the three children is the Phanes, which aka primordial one. Then the primordial being Nubelong, and then the third one, I have no goddamn clue. I honestly don't know. I've been thinking about that, but I don't know. It would be funny if that theory is right about the original sun and moon creating three children and they're all brothers. And it would be funny if it is Phanes Nubelong. Oh, I didn't even think about this. What if it's also Zhongli? because that dude knows a lot. Like, too much. Like, Venti is another one. But him kind of makes a little bit sense. Because it does with, like, Isharoth and stuff like that. Which I think Isharoth inherited all those memories of, like, probably everything. Even before stuff that when Isharoth was born. So that one honestly kind of makes a little more sense. But Zhongli, knowing stuff like that, like honestly, he probably, you know what? That's my theory. Yep, that's my theory right now. So, Sun, I don't know who the hell he is. Would be funny if he's like the equivalent to like Welt or something. The Moon, Paimon, then the children, Phanes, Nubalong, Zhongli, and then the maiden to the moon, the original moon, I think is Atlas. And then probably the sun and moon went to war. Oh, okay, hold on. This starting to make a little more sense in my head. Okay, sun and moon went to war. Moon fell, went into the what we know as the abyss. So the moon created the abyss, the original moon, right? And then Alice fell with her, with Paimon. And then the father and the children, basically, they had a war also. And then Nubalong most likely won. So then he became primordial being. I'm not gonna even try to theorize where the hell primordial one, which is Phanes, and Zhongli went. I'm not gonna even get into all that because I honestly have no goddamn clue, and I didn't think that far ahead. But yeah, so Nubalon won against the father. He became primordial being. Then, probably in the memory of his mother, he created the three moons, which should be like his three daughters. And then, you know, they lived peacefully, I guess. And the primordial one, probably, which is again Phanes. Phanes, I don't know. Freaking probably. Well, he is a. Well, they're all descenders. That's another thing. This whole descending crap is so confusing because I honestly don't believe any of the descenders are like truly outlanders. I think they're the original people who ruled what was there before Tevet. And then when Nubalon won, he casted basically everybody outside. And then when they come back to reclaim, which is now Tevet, then they become like Descender. But originally they're not like I don't know. Like Skirk. Like Skirk is like if technically to me, I could be 100% wrong about everything I just said. But to me, Skirk so far is like the only real Descender. Because she's not originally from there. She's not from there and got casted away. like what I think happened to probably Thanes. So I think Skirk is the only real descender. Because I think she's like completely outside of like Teyvat and maybe the original planets. Like maybe even universe, honestly. Because now all this like abyss crap and like pocket universe and well actually not like abyss stuff. Like Honkai's well actually Honkai's are like kinda like abysses and stuff. But yeah, anyways, I'm like going so far off. I'm like confusing my own goddamn self. But yeah, anyways, so again, so let me just try to stay all focused. So it would be Sun, Moon, Moon is Paimon, Moon Maiden is Alice, Children, Phanes, Nubelong, Zhongli. I'm pretty sure that's it. I don't think there would be any more. And I'm pretty sure there's even a book that talks about three suns, which is like the equivalent to the three moons. But I'm pretty sure it would be the three suns first. And then, um, yeah, Sun and Moon went to war. Moon fell. When they fell, then they created like like abyss. I guess you could say like in that universe. So that's like their version of like the Honkai, which is the abyss. That's just again my theory. But yeah, so that's what happened. Nubelong went to war with his father, most likely brothers also. Or maybe no. Maybe Nubelong and Zhongli together fought against Phanes and the Sun. Then they won. The Sun died. Phanes, I guess, got casted away. And then, yeah. Makes a little bit more sense in my head. And then Nubelon created the three moons. Then the three moons created other stuff. And then Phanes so-called descended, even though he was casted away. He was originally from there, which I think that's all descenders, or all so-called descenders. Because again, I think Skirk is like a real descender, because she's not from there like at all. It has nothing to do with Teyvat at all. But anyways, again, that's really not the point because I'm gonna get into a whole nother topic. Yeah, sorry, I know I'm like all over the place. But yeah, so Phanes came back because he got casted away. So now he's the so-called first descender. Then he just beat the hell out of everybody. Zhongli, knowing his smart ass, he probably did a contract with Phanes. And then they like established the Heavenly Principles. And then Nubelon again, well not again. Nubelon lost and then he got casted away. Now, he went to the Abyss to most likely find his mother, which I think is, again, Paimon, because I think Paimon is the original moon that helped create everything. But obviously he didn't fight Paimon. He found, I think, Alice. And then I think Alice helped him and taught him about the abyss and stuff like that. And then, oh, now that I think about it, about all this forbidden truth stuff. Okay, well, let me. I don't want to get too off thing, because again, I'm gonna be distracting my goddamn self from my own theories, and I'll be confusing myself. Again, I see exactly why these people be writing scripts. But anyways, um, maybe when Thanes came back as the first Descender and he won, I wonder, like, what if he like wiped like this guy's memories, Nubelong, and then that's when he left, and then had to learn the so-called forbidden truth, which the forbidden truth he already knew, but he lost that truth because Fanes beat him. I don't know. It kind of makes sense. I know that sounds a little weird, but yeah, Fanes I think probably beat him and like took all his memory and stuff like that, and then established Havli principles, and then that was the so-called truth. And then of course, uh, Nubelong lost all his memories and stuff like that, and then he went to the abyss to relearn everything or learn everything. And then Alice told him everything. I think that's just my opinion again. And then he came back, waged war the second time, and then when he came back, he was the second Descender. And then, of course, he lost and all that stuff. But I do think that maybe, maybe two things. That either Thanes killed Nubelong, which I don't know. I'm like 50-50 on these two theories that I kind of have. That he probably killed him, and then that's how he got like eroded with like the abyss and stuff like that, and then that's probably why he's been sleeping like ever since. And then that's why the shades have basically been doing everything. Or he defeated Nubelong, but he didn't kill him. He let him go, I guess like out of mercy or whatever. Or maybe like a prisoner. Maybe he has him trapped in the abyss. But yeah, he probably was like, "Oh, I'll make you this deal or whatever. Tell me who told you everything." And then Nubelong probably snitched on Alice. And then that's how Alice became Sustainers of the Border. Because she's forced into that position. That's basically like her prison. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I kind of just like think the most wildest stuff. I try to think what other people are not thinking. That's really my thing. Cause I don't know. I feel like everybody be thinking too much of the same stuff, and then it's not really like I don't know. It's not really like original or whatever. And then honestly, I feel like Hoyoverse kind of be like seeing stuff like that and be changing the story on purpose so they don't be right. Or maybe they're just like completely off, which in most cases that's kind of what I think also. I think people just be joining up all together and it's like not even close. But yeah, what I'm saying is like so like insane. But again, never know, man. Never know. And I could get like 5% of it right, just like I did with Sunday. You know, I'm not taking full credit for that, because I was completely wrong. That's why I only say 5%. As I said, Black Swan used the Stellaron and basically had Sunday and Robin in prison, and then had the dream within a dream. And then Sparkle was her enforcer. Yeah, I was so wrong about that. Like, literally not even close at all. Sparkle wasn't even a villain. Black Swan, well, I mean, depending on how you look at it, you could say she did play a little bit of a villain. But, yeah, she really wasn't like that. But yeah, anyways. So, yeah, that's either one of the two things I think happened to Nubalong. But basically, in both of my theories of him either being killed or him being in prison, I think he's still in the abyss again. And I do think the Primordial is in the abyss, either watching him if he's in prison, or when he killed Nubalong, then he got eroded with all that abyssal stuff, and then he went to the abyss to, I guess, hide. So he wouldn't destroy his perfect, like, utopia or whatever. Yeah, and I do think Alice is a prisoner. I think she's forced to be the sustainer of the borders. I think they literally just made up that role so they could just watch her. Because again, she's like in prison. But them not knowing like her true power or like secret abilities. Because again, I think she was the original maiden to the very first moon, which is Paimon, I think. Yeah, that's my whole entire thing about the Heavenly Principle stuff. But yeah, it's pretty fun. And I really don't, be saying this stuff. I don't know, maybe I should. I like Hoyo Lab. Because I do got that also. But I don't know, I'm not really like a texting type person, or even commenting, or even this, like streaming stuff. I don't know, gave it a try. Like, why the hell not? Even though I've been doing it for a little bit already. Well, not really consistently, just, just here and there. But, yeah, I kind of like this. I feel like I'm just like venting out. And if people agree, people agree. People say I'm crazy, that's perfectly fine also. I think I'm crazy saying all this crap. But, yeah, maybe I should one day make like a whole timeline type of thing. And really like break everything down. Because I mean, like, I sort of have it, but there's like just some things, like, I just honestly really don't know. I mean, I could try. Hold on. You know what? Let me see. So, Sun, Moon, created sons, 3 sons, or 3 children. I should say that so I don't be confusing people. So, Sun, Moon, created 3 children. Sun and Moon went to war. Sun won. Moon fell. Abyss happened. Alice went with her. The Moon is also Paimon. Nubalong waged war with Zhongli against the Sun and Primordial One, which is Phanes. And then dragons won. Nubelung became primordial being. Casted away Thanes. Thanes came back. He beat Nub. That's another thing. Hold on. Now that I like you see this is my problem. I like say stuff and then I start thinking about a whole bunch of other stuff. If that really is the thing, which I'm sticking to that theory until I'm proven otherwise. Not I'm not gonna even wait until like Genshin tries to imply something. I literally want them to say in the goddamn game, or if they release like a trailer, like what they did with the Four Shades. Then, but again, them literally saying that this is what it is. I'm sticking with this to the very end until I'm either proven right or proven wrong. But if Thanes got casted away and then he came back and he beat Nubelon, I wonder how he did that. Because I don't think he was like abyssal type stuff. I think the abyssal stuff happened with Nubelon. I truly believe that. But Thanes, on the other hand, I'm not sure, man. I'm really not sure. Or maybe he got casted away and then he saw or probably interacted with like a real Honkai type thing and then came back and beat Nubelon. And then when Nubelon fell, then besides him being like casted away, like upwards towards the sky, I know this gets sound like really out there. Like towards the sky, he went downwards, and then that's where he made the abyss, which the abyss would be like, I guess like a weaker version of like a Honkai, or maybe that universe's Honkai, or the equivalent to a Honkai. I don't know. That's just me thinking stuff. Well, everything I said is just me thinking stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I really do wonder. Yeah, because the reason why I honestly started thinking about all this stuff, especially with them being siblings, with like the sun and moon, is honestly because of the traveler and the sibling. Like, I feel like every single thing, especially at the end of the quest, when the sibling literally says that all this stuff literally has to do with us, which is referring to himself and the traveler, or herself and the traveler, depending on which gender you choose, either the brother or the sister. But anyways, that's not the point. Basically, the sibling and the traveler, like literally every single thing in Tibet has to do with them. So in my head, like if I try to go all the way back and break all this stuff down, then I feel like this is like the easiest way and probably, well, in my head, the most it makes sense that leads up to them. Especially that they also represent the sun and the moon. So it's like they forever like are at war with each other. Because that's exactly what happened with the very first sun and moon. Which again, Paimon and The Sun, I still haven't. I don't know. I truly have no clue. I can't even just think of someone random because it just right now it just wouldn't make any sense. I don't know. Damn, I feel so like I feel insane. Literally just sitting here, stop playing the game just to talk about a whole bunch of conspiracies. But again, I don't know. This kind of feels a little therapeutic, I guess, in some weird ass way. Yeah, I truly wonder if someone's gonna see this and be like, I agree with this guy. Or see this and be like, this guy's fucking crazy. Yeah, but I'm alright though. I'm good. It will be funny if that would happen. This guy's crazy. And then literally, like 3 years. Because honestly, I think Genshin is probably. Because they recently also. What you called it? They. Um. Oh my god, what is that process called? Um. I know it has to do something with. Like the name of games. Oh, licensing. They got the license for the next Genshin, which is, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's called Genshin a thousand stars. So obviously that'd be like Genshin Impact, like part two. So honestly, I think maybe like in 3 years, I think that's it. And then they come out with like part two, almost like what they did with Honka Impact. Like they just recently come out with part two. Actually, was it this year? I don't even remember that also. It was either this year or last year that Honka Impact Part 2 came out. But like the original one was here for a while. Basically almost like Genshin Impact. Because it'll be Not Cry in August. Is it August or September? One of those months. But basically this year. It would be Not Cry. Then it would be all the way up to like June-ish, July-ish, and of next year, and then hopefully Cesnaya, because who the hell knows? Maybe knowing Hoyoverse, they probably, I don't know, make up some other place, probably like Mari Javari or Mari Java. I always forget how to say that name of that place. But yeah, the the place where the wind doesn't blow. But hopefully it'll be Cesnaya, and then after that will be Conria, and then hopefully we could do heavily principal type stuff during Conria. But again, knowing Hoyoverse, I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna make a new freaking place that we never even heard of before. Just like Not Cry. It's crazy because we never even heard of it. And then all of a sudden, Not Cry has this like gigantic like place of like such lore and history. But yet, like before this year, we never even heard about that place before. We only heard about Cesnaya. So what what the hell? They just literally just brought it out of literal thin air and it has like the most lore of like any place we've been to so far. But yeah, I mean, I just hope it's good. I really really hope it's good. And honestly, I mean, yeah, I mean in every region I get excited for like characters, but like realistically, I don't know. I think people sometimes get too hype over some characters, and then you like look at the in-game model and they look like nothing alike. So that's another thing. I really don't even pull people for like looks or whatever. Like if I just like the character, I just pull. Honestly, but sometimes I just pull just to even pull. And then the very rarest occasions, I get forced to pull because I gotta pull for my little sister. That's another thing. When Klee comes out, I gotta try to pull for her. Because last time, uh, let me see. It was Klee. Oh, it was a summer event. Klee and Eula. I remember. I kind of quit a little bit during that because the banner before that was Yai Miko and Yomiya, and I desperately wanted Yai Miko, and I lost. So I got so tilted. I didn't even play for a while. And then the banner switched. And then she got mad because I didn't get clean. But yeah, and then the Mondstadt Chronicle. I actually did try a couple times. But who was the banner also? I don't remember. Cause I think that was like January during that whole thing. So, oh, I think if I'm not mistaken, maybe it was like Navia Ayaka. I do remember going crazy trying to get Navia, and I lost the 50-50. And then maybe that's when the Chronicle Wish was also. And then because I do remember trying, not like crazy, because I basically wasted it all for Navia. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Navia during the Mondstadt Chronicle. And I do remember trying, but I didn't get a gold. And then the banner switch. Yeah, hold on. That actually might be it. Because I think the banner switched, and then it was Yomiya and Shogun, and then I got Yomiya. Wow, if that's really what it was, my memory. I don't understand my goddamn memory. Just like 10 minutes ago, I was like struggling trying to think of these people's names and Assassin's Creed and stuff like that. But I somehow remember Klee's Banner and Mondstadt Chronicle and the Navi and stuff. And that was what made like uh actually it might have been like 3 years ago now. Or maybe like 2.5 years ago, going on to three. But yeah. Yeah, now I see why people stream. This is kinda like therapeutic ish in a way. Dude, I sound crazy saying that. Oh yeah, yeah. God, I said I was gonna try to think of a timeline right now, You see what I'm talking about? Dude, I apologize. My my brain is like so everywhere. Okay, for real. For real, for real, for real. I'm gonna try to establish a timeline. And I'm not gonna distract myself. Hopefully. Oh my god, dude. I hope I'm not getting sick. Alright. Okay. Sun, Moon, 3 kids. Moon died, so that's Paimon. Alice was the original maiden. Then she fell with Paimon, went to the abyss. Nubelung, Zhongli waged war on Phanes and the sun. Sun died. Phanes casted away. That part was probably most likely Zhongli who probably casted away Phanes. And I'm gonna get to that reason of why I think that. But yeah, I think Zhongli casted away Phanes. Maybe behind Nubelong's back, or maybe he did a deal with Nubelong to cast away his brother, Phanes, or their brother Phanes. And then Nubelong created the 3 moons. Then the 3 moons created basically everything else, like the Scions, the Fays, the Angels. Well, I guess you could say like a first form of angels, because the real angels came with like fame. But I'll get to that later. Um, and like other stuff, like the rest of the dragons and all that other stuff, and of course, Nubelung also created the other dragons and whatnot. And then all that technology stuff, like the secret source and the Phila Philogistine, which was most likely made from their father, the original primordial, which is the sun. Again, that's just my crazy ass theory. And then, yeah, so after that, then Thanes came back, most likely had some power with outside their universe, which would be a Honkai. That's what I'm sticking with for now. I could probably change my theory about that because I'm honestly not really too sure. But I do know he got casted away. Or at least I think he got casted away. Again, this is just my theories. But he came back, then he beat Nubelong. This, again, I'm not sure. If he beat Nubelong, then Nubelong. No. Okay, I'm thinking about the second time. No, so yeah, he came, he beat Nubelong. Okay, then Nubelong fell. Then he went into that universe's version of a Honkai, which I think is the Abyss, which was created from the original moon, which is Paimon, and then the maiden, Alice. Which I also think Alice is the person on that monthly, Genshin pass thingy. Again, that's just my theory. Because I don't think that's Paimon. I'm pretty sure that it's probably Alice. And then, yeah, and then Alice told Nubelong the truth about stuff, because when Phanes also beat Nubelong, he probably took all his memories away. So Nubelong was basically like a wandering dragon. That's probably how he went to the abyss, because he like wandered into it, most likely. And then, of course, Alice told him the truth. Paimon still wasn't awake yet, or maybe she was just dead, or I don't know. I'm not gonna even get into all that because I can't even theorize about Paimon. All I could theorize right now is that she was the original moon, fell, died, but I don't know if she was like rebirthed within the abyss and was alive during Nubelong's adventure in the abyss or whatever. But okay, yeah, you see what I'm saying? I'm really like, god damn it, I need sidetracking myself. I need to buy like a goddamn whiteboard and just like pinpoint all that shit. But yeah. Anyways, let me just get back to my thing, so I could keep playing Wuthering Waves also. But yeah. So Nubelong then came back with the Forbidden Truth because during that time, Phanes established the Heavenly Principles, then created the Shades, which were the equivalent to the moons, and then they like somewhat coexisted. I would say they probably had some tensions, but they didn't have a war until Nubelon came back. And then when Nubelon came back, then Phanes also waged war on like everybody else with the Shades. And then this was my theory that I said earlier. That either he killed him and then Phanes got eroded so that he went to the abyss to try to save his perfect utopia, or he's keeping Nubelon in prison in the abyss, and he's in the abyss with him, I guess, just to make sure he's like in prison or he don't get out or whatever. That's my current theory about Phanes. Because for him to be like disappeared and not awaken after literally all this crap that happened in the game, and even in that trailer with the Four Shades, that he's still not awakened, like, it's ridiculous. That's just crazy. So those are my only two theories about him. Because anything else honestly doesn't make any sense. But then, yeah. So then after they did that, then they killed off the moons. And I think, this is another theory I have, the Crimson Moon from the Crimson Moon dynasty in Khaenri'ah, I don't think that one is Renova. Because I would say this about Renova, even though she's the one that so far has broken the most rules. I don't think she had people worshipping her. I'm pretty sure the Crimson Moon that they believed in was one of the three moons that Nubelon created. Because Nubelon created, I forgot all their names. But I know one of them I remember. I only remember it because I saw another video. But I'll get into that later. Because I'm going to talk about the sinners, and that has to do with one of them. But, yeah. So, one of them was the frost, the other was the blood, and the other, I'm like 90% sure it was eternal. So, it was, yeah, frost, blood, eternal. So, I'm pretty sure the Crimson Moon that they believed in was the Blood Moon. I don't think it was Renova. I do think, however, Renova was responsible for killing the first dynasty and killing the Blood Moon. The other moons, I'm not sure. And honestly, I really don't want to get into that because I'm going to sidetrack. And honestly, I really don't even know. I really don't have like pieces puzzled in my brain for that stuff yet. So this is me spitballing. Even though I kind of am a little bit right now. But so far, everything I kind of been thinking about it for like a little bit. So it like puzzles in my weird ass distorted brain. But so yeah, I think Renova killed the first dynasty and the Blood Moon. And then she obviously probably messed up because, you know, Arlecchino was alive. And Arlecchino was a part of that dynasty. So, probably with the remaining people that was alive that didn't die, she probably did one of her first deals. And honestly, that's not too far-fetched because look at what she did in that long. She made a deal with Xbalanque and the the Lord of the Night. I forgot her name. I know it starts with a Y. Which originally she was an angel also, but then they established like the Night Kingdom, and then the Pyro Archon. It could be any human, but then like at the end they had to like sacrifice themselves and stuff like that to keep everything like in flow because they had no ley lines. Yeah, that's a completely different thing about ley lines. But yeah, so that's what I think. That she probably did a deal with the remaining ones. And one of them was Arlecchino, and then the other one, I'm gonna keep that to the side right now. Because maybe, I don't know. I don't know how many people she probably did a deal with. Maybe she did a deal with all the children in the orphanage. Because knowing Genshin, they'll probably write it. Well, if I am, like, guessing it right. They probably are not gonna write in the story that all those children in the first Crimson Dynasty orphanage, like, died or whatever. That they probably survived. And then they probably, like, did a deal. Well, not really did a deal. Renova probably, like, spared them. But then she gave them some power with, like, what's that phrase? Because they're like kids. She's not gonna do a deal with kids. Or maybe she did. But, I guess she gave them, like, powers with, like, strings attached. That's, like, the best way to put it. And obviously one of them is Arlecchino. And again, the other one, I'm not gonna say right now. Because I'm 100% gonna get sidetracked about that. But there's another person we know in game that probably also did some powers with string attached with that. Okay, so that happened. Um, Maybe most likely she probably killed the other moons also. I mean, because she is the Shade of Death. But, I mean, yeah, honestly, that's probably what it was. But, maybe something like what happened with the Crimson Moon, which the Blood Moon, maybe happened with the other ones. Like maybe she probably made the same mistake also. Either like not clearly doing her job right, or maybe doing some shady ass deal. And then that's probably how you get like the Snowland phase. Um, well, even though I'm pretty sure they were born way before that. I know the Scions were. Um, the phase, I'm pretty sure they were also. Or maybe they died. I mean, maybe they rose when the moon died. I don't know. I'm not too sure, honestly. But but I will say that one of those moons is probably connected to um like oh, what's that girl's name? Uh, Columbina. Of course, you know. I mean, it's kind of obvious because they kind of like hinted at that. Like if you looked at the Not Cry trailer. But I'm gonna try to go like a little bit deeper into it, or again, try to, because I'm really not too sure. But maybe, because now she's not called a damselette, she's called the Moon Maiden. So maybe she was probably like the very first like Snowland Fae. Yeah, maybe. Because I don't think she has to do like stuff with Scions. I think the Scions just want to use her to make her the new moon and not cry. But I don't know, I'm really not too sure about that. But that's kind of my little theory about Columbina. That she's probably one of the first, or the first, like Snowland Fae. And then, yeah, so all that other stuff. And then, um, they had the war. Yeah, I got a little bit sidetracked. Sorry. But, yeah, they had the war. Nubelung defeated or died, whatever. And then, before the Primordial One went into a very, very deep sleep, which I think he's in the abyss regardless. That's just their version of saying a very, very deep sleep. Because in both of my theories, even if he kills Nubelung or has him in prison, I think he's still in the abyss regardless. And then, yeah, but before he left, he casted the nails. And then the nails probably took like the very last power of him. And then he like officially like went into a so-called sleep. And then everything was normal-ish again. Then there was another war with like well, actually, the next major one was like the Cataclysm and stuff like that. But then a little bit before that, even though that's like literally right within the same time period, but it wasn't exactly at that moment during the Cataclysm. So it was like a tiny bit before. Then that's when you get like King Deshret, and he learns the forbidden truth with Rukkhadevata, and then it opens the floodgates again and stuff like that. Then you get like the Cataclysm. I actually no, I was right. I was thinking inside my head while I was saying this. there was a war before the Cataclysm, because it was the third Descender. And this, I have been thinking, and I said this before, I said it yesterday, I said it in my YouTube stream, even though that audio is like a little messed up, because it's like double, like me talking and stuff. Um, but yeah, I always had this theory that the reason why the Sarista is collecting the Gnosis is because she wants to resurrect someone. I've always had that theory since the very first time I started playing. She wants to resurrect someone. And then, little by little, I started thinking, well, actually, it was right after I beat the Mondstadt quest. When Venti came out and said that she basically became colder, like after the Cataclysm and stuff like that. And then I saw a video and it came out and said that she wasn't the first Cryo Archon, because I originally thought she was. But again, that's like when I started first playing. I thought everybody was the original Archon. But like I said, that's when I first started playing. But yeah. So she's the second. And then I was like, okay, so maybe she wants to like resurrect like the first Cryo Archon, and then maybe like with all the other Gnosis and 2 Cryo Archons that they could rival the Heavenly Principles. So that's what I was thinking for a while. And then Fontaine came around. And then, I don't know, ever since we met Skirk, like, I don't even know why. It just completely, like, threw me off, and I started looking at the Sarista, like, in a new way. And then I started trying to read a little bit more lore about her, and then realizing, like, oh shit, she's like the goddess of love, and stuff like that. So then more stuff trying to, like, or no, well, not trying to, started to, like, click in my head and stuff. And then Skirk came out and said that the Gnosis was made from the third Descender. Like, it's his bones. And then, of course, other stuff. So then, right then and there, I've always had this theory ever since, that the third Descender is the first Cryo Archon, and that's the Sarista's lover. Like her husband. So that leads me into my continuation of the next part of my, story, or like huge ass, whatever. I'm like confusing myself now. But anyways, so yeah, that's my next part. Because there actually was another war before the Cataclysm. I knew I wasn't bugging. But, so yeah. It was the war with the third Descender. And then, so this is what I think probably happened. The Sarista was probably related somehow, I don't know, an orphan born into it or whatever, I don't know. But related somehow to probably the original moons also. And then she left all that stuff during that war, and then the Tsar which is the first Cryo Archon, he took her, and then they like, you know, been together ever since. So like whatever. So then when he waged war on had the Heavenly Principles, and he died right then and there, that's when she stopped being the goddess of love. Or that's when she started, because she wasn't the goddess of love at that point. That's when she started being like heartless, I would say. And then she most likely stole the Gnosis, the Cryognosis. Wait, actually, hold on. No, let me see that. I honestly really don't know. See what happens when I try to think just stuff on the fly. I even sound more crazy than before. But basically, the gist of it, because I'm not gonna really try to. Maybe I'll think more of it another day and like outline everything, like I said. Probably make like a whiteboard type of shit. But that's basically like my gist of it. That day together, she saw him die. She became like hatred. And then she ended up being the second Cryo Archon. But I think it wasn't because of like the Heavenly Principles and stuff like that. I think she probably like stole some type of power. Maybe not the Gnosis. Or maybe the Cryo doesn't even have a Gnosis. Maybe it's just like a power thing and she just absorbed it. I don't know. Again, I'm not gonna really get into all that stuff. Because, anyways. Yeah. Yeah, sorry again. I just like, I think my brain just like goes faster than when I like speak or whatever. But anyways, yeah, that's my whole theory. She basically saw him die, like took his power or whatever. Then basically at that moment, she most likely also became goddess of love, which is the second Cryo Archon. Actually, yeah, maybe that is, because I'm gonna get into a theory about Archon stuff after this. But then Cataclysm happened. Well, no, Deshret learns Forbidden Truth. Then Elazar and the whole bunch of stuff, and then Cataclysm, and then this is Conrian, and then we basically all know the story about that stuff. And then after that, there's been like nothing ever since until the Travelers came, and that's like the next super like problem that's gonna lead into a war. So that's like my, you know, little delusional timeline in my head. But okay, so now this is when I'm gonna get into a little more of like some other stuff. So Archons. Archons and Shades. I don't think, because we know that the Gnosis is the bones of the third descender, and it's the power of the elemental dragons, which like the dragon sovereigns. But I think that the heavenly principles can never truly use the power, if that makes sense. So, well, okay. Like this is gonna sound a little. This is gonna sound a little complicated, but try to stay with me. I'm gonna try to stay with myself also, cause I don't want to confuse myself. But okay, so backtracking just a little bit, just on for only this, that Nubelon basically created everything with the moons after he defeated his father in Phanes, right? So then that's when you get the other dragons and the Dragon Kings and the Scions and all the other stuff. So we know that the elemental dragon sovereigns were born during that era. Now, okay, now this is the part that's gonna get a little tiny bit confusing. Oh my God, again, my mind is gonna get a little bit confused. Oh my God, dude, what the hell is wrong with me? You know what I'm trying to say. Okay, so when Phanes came and won, and then made the Shades, and then there was like tension and stuff like that, and then they beat Nubelong, and then the war with the Third Descender, and then all the dragons got defeated, like the elemental dragons. And then that's when they merged their powers together. So they were able to merge with the bones and the elemental source from the dragons, and then they made it together because they merged it. But they're not able to use the Gnosis because they're not of Tevet. But what I mean, like, of Tevet, they're not of Tevet when Nubelong and the Moons created it. They came after. So, I guess you could say, like, they, like, this is not a good way to put it, but they basically, like, migrated to Tevet and then came and, like, conquered and stuff like that. So, they're not, like, of it. But does that make sense? I know it's a little, kind of all over the place. But try to stay with me in this little, rigmarole of confusing a little bit. uh, yeah, I really need to try to be better at explaining all this stuff. But yeah, anyways, so they were able to make the Gnosis with those powers, but they can't use it because they're not of Tevet when Nubelon made all this stuff, right? So, in order for them to try to use the Gnosis at its full potential, they had to give it to people of the world when Nubelong created it. So basically almost like a lineage type thing. Even though the Shades created, the Heavenly Principles created humans and then stuff like that. But they basically got like integrated in the world and then that's how Irminsul came about. Because I think it keeps them like rooted to the world. So if anything happens, they have like a place inside Tibet's history. You get what I'm trying to say? I know it's little, especially with the whole like Fanes and Nubelung technically being brothers, but then they both like casted away each other and stuff like that. But when Nubelung created all this stuff, Fanes wasn't here, so he wouldn't be like of Tibet. But when he came back, and then obviously beat him, then he tried to establish his own thing, and then make that the like the second coming of Tibet, and then now that's like of the world. And then Irminsul and the ley lines and stuff like that. So then that's how they're able to give the gnosis to the humans on Tibet and other you know like life forms, because Ageria is not human. But basically life forms created from the shades, because now everything is like all woven together. So now they're all of Tibet again. That's what I was trying to say. But where was see I like my damn mind, like where was I even going with all that stuff? Oh yeah, about Conria. Okay, yeah. Conria and the Archons. Okay, sorry. Like my my mind is whatever. Let me just keep on going because I'm like fully in conspiracy theory mode about this stuff. Um, yeah. Anyways, so Fanes did all that stuff, and then the Shades also did that stuff, and then they merged the bones and the powers. But again, since they themselves are now woven into the world, because they're like outside of it, watching and governing the world, then they gave it to the life forms of Tibet. And then they're able to use the gnosis and stuff like that. And then the shades, this is again, well, literally everything I said has been my theory. I mean, I kind of already established that already, but I'm just like re saying some stuff. But yeah, so this is where I think how the powers work now, because all the dragons are basically dead or in hiding, like a pep. Yeah, so this is how I think the powers are working now. I think certain shades have to watch over certain powers, right? Because even if you look at some of the stuff, you could clearly see that it's like intertwined with the shades. Like Dendro and Hydro obviously has to do with Nibirius and Gold. Yeah, Gold is like I don't even know. I'll get into that after, because I really honestly I really don't even have a theory. Maybe if I just talk it out like I always do, maybe something will like click in my head or like snap. But really, so far, I honestly really don't know. But I will say this. I do know that all of the sinners, all of the sinners have very, very specific missions to accomplish something so they could um, like do something else. Again, I'll get into that after because I am going to talk about the sinners. But yeah, so obviously, like I said, Dendro and Hydro is Nibirius. Then Isharoth is Wind. Um, yeah, Isharoth is just Wind. Osmodee is Geo. Um, Renova is Electro and Fire or Pyro. And then Ice. Well, okay, let me just say this about Renova real quick, because I'm not gonna really talk about her later, or maybe I'll just bring up something. But anyway, yeah. Again, let me just say this little tiny part. um, Raiden Shogun. I'm like 99% sure. As soon as Genshin, because I know I'm right. I know, actually, you know what? I'm gonna double down, or 1% down, because I said 99. I'm 100% sure this is correct. There is no goddamn way that Raiden Shogun, before she became God, that she was able to defeat. Well, she was able to defeat that snake. I forgot his name. Uh, that's pretty like obvious. She was able to defeat him, but to stand on top of her castle, swing her sword, and for it to rip through the sky, impossible. With only her power just like that, no, impossible, impossible. Literally never, never. No, 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 never. It's just like, okay, I'm not gonna get into that. I'm just gonna say this as a reference and then just move on. It's just like when they say humans can hurt Eons and Star Rail, and then Finon ripping or giving a cut to Nanook on his face. He's not just a human. Impossible. I have a theory about that. I will go back to that later. Because again, I'm just using it as a reference. Or like an example. Not really like a reference. But yeah. For Shogun to rip the sky open while she did the slash to kill that snake all the way from her castle, ridiculous. She did not do that as just a human. You know how she did it? She made a deal with Renova. That's what it is. That is exactly what it is. She made a deal with Renova. And with Renova, you know what was the price? The price was her sister. That was the price. Because when you do a deal with Renova, again, we've seen it with Natlan, especially with the Archons. At the end of basically whatever they're doing, of like Archonship or whatever, they have to sacrifice themselves. So, when they did a deal, when Shogun did a deal with Renova, obviously Renova didn't tell her that her sister would die because, you know, Shogun would have never done it, or she probably would have waged a war on Renova, even though she would have lost that. At that point, she would have lost that. Um, but anyways, so yeah, so the string attached was she could use her power, but then her sister had to die. So that I'm sticking with that. That's like I'm 100% sure with that. And then Isharoff, probably knowing that deal, then that's how she was able to do that Sakura tree with Makoto, which is Shogun's sister, which they did it in the present, but it was really in the past. You know, that whole time loop. It's, when it comes to Isharoff, is like very complicated because it like introduces a whole fucking time paradox, time travel stuff. Like, but yeah, that's basically what Isharoff did. Knowing Renova was gonna do that deal and Shogun's sister was gonna die, then she did a deal with Makoto to plan, or Makoto did a deal with Isharoff, because Isharoff probably came in like, you know, basically like what Venti does, um, just walking around and throwing subtle ass hints and stuff like that, but then not really helping. And then it's like up to the person to try to figure out what the hell they're saying and stuff like that. But yeah, that's basically most likely what happened. So a Venti like person, because I don't think it was Venti, but a Venti like person probably came around Makoto, and then that's how Ishiroff and Makoto made that deal with the Sakura trio. Because she knew Renova was gonna kill her, because Shogun was gonna use her power to, you know, like slay her enemies and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's my conspiracy theory about Renova. But so yeah, I think the Four Shades have like authority, but again, they can't fully use the power. That's why they give the Gnosis to life forms into men. Because they're not like of the world, because they're not like inside like Irmisol and the ley lines and stuff like that. But they do have like some authority of like who to give it to, or like I guess you could say like a little bit of like leeway ish, or they could like manipulate situations again, like with Ishiroff with the Sakura tree. Ishiroff also in Economia, because if I'm not mistaken, she also helped them create the that sun device. I forgot the name of it. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 90% sure it was Ishiroff who did that. And then Renova, obviously with um, the Night Kingdom and the Archon. And then again, I'm like 100% sure, even though it's not confirmed in the game, so don't take my word for it, even though it said 100%. That's just me doubling down. But yeah, her with Shogun. Um, so yeah, like each one has like authority over like an element, and then like again Nibirius with Dendro and Hydro, and then Nibirius making Egeria. Um, I'm pretty sure she also did something else. I can't remember right now. But yeah, basically creating life forms. And then Asmodee with Geo. Uh, an example of that? Honestly, I'm not too sure. The only. This is just me. Just. Honestly, just like a little bit out of thin air. And a little tiny bit. It's really not basis for like. You see, this connects, but in my delusional head, a tiny, tiny bit. I would say like 5% or something. But with Osmodee, as she's the shade of like space and Geo, for me, it's like you would use Geo and space because I don't know. It's like to me like it's kind of like related a little bit because Geo is like it's basically like keeps everything like intact, like solid, like it doesn't break. Basically like a shield. Even though every Geo character in the game is not a shield, even though they drop like crystallizations that you could get a shield, but they're all not shields. But but yeah, I'm just saying like Geo in general, not really on how the characters use like their abilities and stuff like that. I'm just saying in general. It's like basically all like compacted and stuff like that. Just like how Osmodee uses space. And we see that with the siblings. That she captures one, keeps it like in space, and then captures the other one and keeps it in another different time and space. So you see what I'm like trying to get at? It's like the elements like match each other of geo and space because they both kind of do the same thing. Like compact it, keep it solid, keep it like frozen in time. I guess you could kind of say. Oh, almost like a void. Now that I think about it, that's probably like a little bit better way of explaining it. Basically, keeping it like within a void and it can't come out. So that's how I associate Geo and space. That's why I think Asmodee is like the authority figure of like Geo. And then now this is how I also relate Cryo with the third descender, Sarista, and stuff like that. Because Cryo, which is Frost, obviously Frost came from the Frost Moon. And then, you know, all the moons died and stuff like that. Well, one of them's still alive, just hidden, God knows where. Just is again, basically, like that one is like almost stuck like in a void. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's why Asmodee has disappeared also. Like she's probably also using like all her powers, or maybe she's in the moon or on the moon, whatever. It's the same thing. She's basically probably using all her powers to contain like the last moon or something. I don't know. That's just me spitballing. But basically, the I know the frost moon, you know, is most likely dead because I don't think that's the moon. That's it would most likely be the eternal moon because one it says eternal and two I'm pretty sure I haven't read like every single book like in Genshin and stuff like that. And honestly, I don't even remember some of the books I did read. 'cause that was a while ago. And there's like so much lore coming out. I'd be like thinking of one thing, and it's really another book. And then when I think of that other book is really the other one. So yeah, my mind is like not too sharp about that. But anyways, I don't even know why I'm talking about my mind. But yeah, so cryo is like associated with like that stuff. So when the moon died, then that became the authority of either the Snowland phase or the Scions. Maybe most likely the Snowland phase, because since the Scions are trying to resurrect a moon or create a new moon with um Kalambina. So if they already had the power of cryo from the frost moon, I'm pretty sure they already would have made another moon already. So maybe the Snowland phase had the power, or maybe the Scions did have it, and then Snowland's phase fought them or whatever. Again, I really don't know too much about Snowland phase, and so far, nothing like in Not Cry has really talked about it, like from like the trailers or whatever. Because it literally only has been talking about Scions, Fatui, the Clank Clank, whatever that group is called, the Favonius, uh, Adventures Guild, and stuff like that. It hasn't talked about the Snowland phase at all. They literally only just showed the picture of it from like the very first web event, and then that's really it. And then basically almost the same thing with like the Wild Hunt. But at least in the last Not Cry trailer, even though I really don't talk about it too much, you do see it because you see it being destroyed from that guy from the Lightkeepers. Uh, Something Finn or Finn something. I forgot his name. I know it's like Finn. Now I know he has like a long ass name also, but I really don't remember. But yeah, so anyways, that's like my whole thing. So I'm pretty sure it has to do with the Snowland phase since they're literally not talking about them at all. So it'll be the Snowland phase took the power of the cryo, and then that's when they met the Tsar. And then the Tsar took it, and then he became Cryo Archon. And then he basically like forced his way into like Archonship. Even though now that I really think about it, technically they really shouldn't be a Cryo Archon anyway, because nobody really deals with that regardless. But I don't know. Again, I think, like I said, it probably just like forced his way into that circle or whatever, and then that's when he waged war on the Heavenly Principles and stuff like that. But then he died. But since none of the shades have authority on Cryo, then I guess you could say it was kind of like up for grabs. And then that's when the Sarista took it. And then she became the second Cryo Archon. So, yeah, that's basically like my whole thing about the shades and stuff like that. Each one has authority over something, but can't fully use the power because they're not of Tibet, because they have like they're not born like of Irminsul and the ley lines and stuff like that. They only just like created it. So the cryo is originally from or like of Tibet esque type stuff because of like Nubalong or whatever. So it was basically like up for grabs. The Tsar took it. The Tsar's the third descender, which I think that's the case. And then, he died after he waged war. Then Sarista took it. And again, forced her way into archonship just like he did. She's basically following like in his footsteps. So, yeah. But yeah, ever since I ever heard Skirk saying the third descenders and bones, my outlook on Sarista like completely changed. And then now I saw them as like almost like a husband and wife like type of situation and stuff like that. And it also makes sense if they're also the god of love, which that's like the cryo archon's um like position, because Booer, which is Rukkhadevata Nahida, that's the god of wisdom, which is Dendro. God of fire is god of war. Xbalanque, Mavuka. I don't remember the other two names. Even though I think there were three other ones, I'm pretty sure they only said. Huh. Now I think, yeah, there was five. There was Xbalanque, someone else that you read, like in those texts that you pick up and stuff. Then another one, they actually mentioned their name. Maybe it started with a P. I'm honestly not really too sure, so don't really quote me on that. And then there was another one after that, because I think the third one, actually, yeah, I think I am thinking of it right, because it was Xbalanque, then the second one, and I think the third one was like the worst one, and then the fourth one tried, but he wasn't as good. He was basically almost like the third one. And then the fifth one was Mavuka. But their god name is Hybrim. And they're the god of war. The god of contracts has only been Zhongli. And yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is my theory about him and Fanes and stuff. So, when Fanes first got defeated and got casted away, and then he came back as Descender, and then he beat Nubalong, I think because Zhongli either convinced Nubalong or did it behind his back and like help Fanes get cast away or whatever. I think when Fanes came back, he did a deal with Zhongli, and then that's how he knows all this stuff. Again, that's just a little bit of like a spitball type of thing, but I mean, it kind of would make a little bit of sense also, because again, he knows all this stuff, like how the hell does he know all this stuff? Like I, I'm pretty sure, like some of the stuff he knows, like Venti didn't even know. But I'm pretty sure Venti knows now, because like with Isharoth and stuff like that. And also Isharoth, to me, also consumed knowledge of the stuff that happened even before Fanes. So that's why uh she knows and why Venti knows. Because they're like, it's almost like a, I guess you could say like a hive mind type of thing. Like if Isharoth knows, then all her little, I guess, like cronies of wind people know also. Because I'm pretty sure Venti is not the only one. Well, Venti might be the only one living, because everybody else probably is dead. But yeah, yeah, that's another thing. But yeah. So that's what I think. I think that's how Zhongli is like, knows like so much stuff, but yet he can't say stuff to the traveler because again he's like in contract with Fanes, and Fanes gave him, I guess you could say, like a second chance because Zhongli gave him a second chance. So yeah, that's yeah. Um, but anyway, so yeah, Zhongli is the god of contracts, and then Venti is uh the god of freedom. You know, wind, freedom, time, all that stuff intertwines again with Isharoth. Time basically ever flows, so you're always gonna have freedom with wind. Um, that's a little bit more self-explanatory. Uh, let's see. Uh, I already said the goddess of love. Well, actually, no, I didn't. I said the Sharista and the Tsar's goddess of love, but not why their love. Again, I'll get into them last because that one I really don't know at all. That one would be like one of my more spitball on the fly type of ones because I'm not entirely too sure. Um, yeah. So, oh my God, like what? Wisdom, which was Boar. I said Hybrim, God of War. Zhongli, um, God of Contracts. Oh, also his god name is Morax. Um, Barbados, which is Venti, God of Freedom. Electro. Well, actually, there's two different ones, but the original one was God of Excellency, which is Shogun's sister, and then God of Eternity is Shogun. And of course, that happened because Renova. So it basically, I guess you could say, like split, like the Electro Divinity, if that makes sense. So it was God of Excellency slash God of Eternity. And Shogun's god name, oh damn, I actually forgot it. I think it starts with a B also. Oh, Bel Belza Belza Blue or something like that. Belza Blue or Biza Blue. I know it's something like that. And then the God of Excellency, which is her sister. That one I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not gonna even try to take a guess because I honestly don't remember at all. And then Hydro, of course. This would be the last one of the Shades Authority. It is Egeria. Egeria Fossilor. And then, to me, even though this is not correct, so I'm just saying this is not correct. This is just me making crap up. Because I know this is wrong. But to me, Farina is the Archon of Fontaine. After all that stuff she went through, man, I don't even care if Neuvillette has full dragon authority. The Archon to me will forever be Farina. But in the game, in the lore, like factually, it's only Egeria and Fossilor. But yeah. So anyways, they're the god of justice. Um, what is their god name? Yeah, there's a reason why I'm mentioning their god names. I'll get to that when I get to Sarista. Um, damn. I that one I actually do know, but I just can't think of it right now. Is Boer, Hypern, Beelzebub, Barbados, Morax. Damn, man. I why can I not think of it right now? Because the first one was Egeria. She was made from Nibirius. Then Egeria was supposed to basically be like the guardian of the primordial sea because it was like overflowing and stuff like that. And that also happened because of the war with Nubelong against the Heavenly Principles. Um, damn, oh my god. But anyway, they also have a god name also. I don't know why I'm like stuck on stupid. Actually, you know what? Let me look it up real quick. Um, hold on. Okay. Okay, yeah. Let me look it up. Uh, Fossil Wars. Oh, wait a minute. It's Fossilor. That's exactly what it is. Hmm. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh my god, why did I think it was something else? That's funny. I literally. Wow, I'm so dumb. I knew this because I literally remember seeing this before. I don't know why the hell I just now. Well, I also forgot her demon name or god name was False Aurora. Oh, but yeah, Egeria, and then Fossilor, which Fossilor is also their god name. And then, um, again, this is not correct because it's literally in the game. And it literally tells you in the lore and stuff like that. This is me just making stuff up, but in my delusional mind, Farina will always be the third Hydro Archon. But yeah, so their god name is Fossilor for Hydro. And then, like I said, this is why I mentioned all their god names. Because in like real life, like outside of like the game, it has to do with like old, like 15th, 16th century, like gothic, like demon names and stuff like that. So, and it's ironic because all the god names in Genshin, and even some of the regular people, but that have like god-like type positions in Genshin, which again, ironically, Nibirius, Osmodee, uh, Renova. Actually, Renova might have a different name. I gotta re-look at that, but I don't want to go into that rabbit hole right now because I'm just gonna be on my phone looking at that stuff. I'm just gonna be silent for like 40 minutes. But yeah. So um, yeah, I know Renova has like an equivalent, basically almost like Zhongli has Morax and stuff like that. Osmodee, her name is just regular, just like that, just like Fossilor. But they all have like in the game, they're like quote unquote like god names. And the reason why I say quote unquote god names is because in real life is the demon names. It's not god names. But when you look at Genshin, it's like okay, I know this is gonna sound a little like off and stuff, but like if Nubelong was like the primordial being, right? After the stuff he had with Phanes and the original sun. And he became basically like god of everything. And he gave him and his people and stuff like a true way of like living and stuff like that. Then when Phanes came and basically beat him and then put everybody like into submission, then to them they think they doing a good thing. So that's why they gave the self like god names. But to the people under their like oppression and stuff like that, which would be like some of the angels that fell, well, angels that like rebelled against them, but like the angels that fell, even the other dragons, humans eventually became into submission. I mean, look at Akademia. Um, but yeah, so like stuff like that they see those names and then they see demons. Like, if that makes sense. So I think that's probably why Hoyoverse chose those specific names for people, or for specific people, like inside the game. Because if you look at it, like I said before, it's like the godlike type figures have like the demon names associated with that. So again, to the Heavenly Principles, they're like godlike figures, to the regular people who basically got like beat into submission and was killed and slaughtered and went to war countless times against the heavenly principles and stuff like that. They see them as demons. So that's what I'm trying to say. And now this is when I go to the Cryo Archon. Because the Cryo Archon, if you look up, not in the Genshin lore, like if you look up in real life, her equivalent would be Barnabas, because she's also the god of like the god or goddess of love. And that would be like Barnabas, like position inside like Genshin story. But inside Genshin story, there's already a person named Barnabas. And Barnabas was already killed off because it was like in some comic book thing that basically like leads up to Genshin. Because I think it was like 7 years before the story takes place in Genshin. Or I don't know. I know it's something with 7. 7 years, 7 months, or 7 weeks, or even 7 days. I don't know. But I know it's something like that. It does take place before the events of the game. That I'm sure about. And Barnabas was dealing with the Fatui, especially with the doctor. The doctor, oh god, that guy's like fucking insane. Like he's, yeah, I don't even know what to think of him. I definitely know he's not human. Because it's impossible to like be that much of a genius. Well, ingenious of terms of some of the stuff he did, like making clones of himself, and then figuring out that the sky was fake, and again, I'm not gonna get into all that because that's really not my point. And maybe I'll talk about the doctor later when I'm like spitballing about other random stuff. But I want to try to get all my, I guess, somewhat solid or solid theories out. Yeah, I just realized. Sorry if I just like, if you're here for like gameplay or whatever, even though, you know, I'm not the greatest at fighting and stuff like that. Like I suck at everything. But yeah. Yeah, that's I just play just to play. Not looking to be like the greatest, you know, like WoW player or the greatest Zelda Zone or Genshin. Even if I tried, that would not happen. Maybe I would have luck with one character, and maybe in the future I would give it a try to try to be like a top tier player, but with only one character. And yeah, I'm not gonna say yet because I don't even know if I'm gonna. But anyways, I'm not gonna. Let me just refocus. But yeah, again, be here for like gameplay or whatever. Shit, sorry. I'm kind of just, you know, a little bit in a role with my theories. I kind of want to just let it all out. Again, like, it's kind of feels good just to like let all this out or whatever. It's just ironic because usually people will like let out anger or whatever, but I don't know, me, I'm just like, let my crazy ass theories go out into the world. If people, agree with it, agree with it. They hate it, they hate it. They like it, they like it. If, I need to go to a mental institution. I need to go into a mental institution. Yeah. Okay, back to my point. Um, yeah, so Barnabas, was already mentioned like in the comic book that happened in the events before the main story in Genshin. So obviously they're not going to reuse a name. And since, like I said, since like the Heavenly Principles and the Shades, even though I'm gonna consider the Heavenly Principles, the Shades also, even though again that's also not like factually correct. I'm just saying it just so I could like shorten my thing or like my theory, so I don't have to like just ramble on with words. Um, but I will say they basically fight for the exact same cost, even though they be breaking rules on their own. But their like main goal, you could say, is like the main stuff that they want to do. They all share that one common same goal. That's what I meant to say. So that's why I kind of consider the Shades the Heavenly Principles. But again, that's not factually correct. I'm just saying that just saying. It's just like when I said Farina's the third Hydra Archon. Again, that's not correct. I'm just saying it because, well, one, Farina is my second favorite character in the game. So I literally put her on a pedestal. And in all honesty, she honestly really deserves Archonship so far of like anybody that we met. So, but again, that's not factually correct. I'm just saying that. Um, so, so yeah, if Cryo comes from the moon and the moon is basically of like the original Tibet world, like when New Belong was ruling and when the moons were ruling, then the person who takes up the cryo power wouldn't be looked at as like a demon, like to them. Like if the only people who will look to them as like demon like will be like the gods, which like the Heavenly Principles, the Shades, and the other Archons. Like they could look at the Sarista or the Tsar as like demons. So that's why I don't think they have any god names. And if they do have a god name, the god name won't be like real life, like a demon, gothic associated name, just like how Zhongli is Morax, Venti is Barbados, and so on and so on and so on. So that's also why, you know, to me, that's also why the Sarista and the Tsar are like connected to maybe like the Snowland phase, or most likely more of the Sarista, not really the Tsar. The Saristas like connected to the Snowland phase, and then they're connected to the Frost Moon and stuff like that. That's why it kind of makes a little bit more sense in my head of why, you know, all that stuff connects together. Um, but yeah, that's pretty much all the complicated stuff. Because I do have one of the Sinners, but the Sinners is not really that much complicated. I mean, it's a little complicated, but, not like the other stuff I just went through. I'm trying to think of anything else. Because I want to try to, like, leave it off and leave it off. I don't even know why I just said leave it off and leave it off again. But Um. Oh, I will say this. Um. I do agree with a lot of other people theories of Kalabina being Hydro because, well, so far, because I haven't really seen anyone go too deep into it, so I'm gonna try to be first at it, even though again I'm not like a super gigantic like person like some of the other people are. So anyway, that really doesn't even matter. As long as I say it, try to say it first, or one of the first. Again, that really doesn't matter. But I'm gonna try to take a shot at it. Why I think she will be Hydro, even though she's the Moon Maiden. So this is what I think will probably happen. I'm not gonna try to guess the entire not cry thing, even though maybe I will also spitball that out later. But I want to try to get, like I said before, more of like my solid or solid-ish type stuff out first before I like forget or just like blab about other stuff. And then I like forget to finish my original point. Um. So yeah. So I think it's probably gonna happen. Not cry again. I'm not gonna guess the whole entire thing because obviously the Fatui and stuff like that is gonna be in it. Which that's what I'm not gonna talk about. I'm gonna talk about only certain people or certain groups, not certain people. But I think that the Scions are trying to convince Kalabina to join them and do a ritual to resurrect the moon, right? So they don't have the power of frost. They just use because even if you look at that new Dendro girl that's gonna come out, Luma or Lumia, something like that. Basically, the one who like turns into uh a centaur when she like walks and stuff, which actually that looks pretty cool. I'm actually surprised that Genshin actually showed a little bit of her ability that she could do that. But yeah, anyways, so that girl, which she's Dendro. When you look at the last Not Cry trailer, she's like in the water and like using the water with her ritual, like praying to the moon and stuff like that. So obviously, none of them has like frost like relation or whatever. So I think they are gonna try to use their rituals with um Columbina. I think Columbina will probably be compatible with the rituals because, like I said, I think she's one of the first like maidens or angels or like whatever, like first beings created from the frost moon. So since she's like related to like that, but she also doesn't have the powers because the moon is dead. But she just has that like very strong connection. Then when the Scions do the ritual with her, then they could, like, like I said, either resurrect the moon or become a new moon. But since they have like that very, very strong connection, then she's most likely like Hydro. Like, I don't know. Like, it kind of makes, a little more sense, like, in my head when I kind of think about it. But yeah, that's basically like my lore type of like first shot at it of like why she would be Hydro or why I think she's Hydro, because I do think she's Hydro. That's like my first like shot at it. It's just like she's like related to the Frost Moon, but the Frost Moon is dead, and then like the melts like the ice and frost like basically dissolved and is dead and stuff. So now she's like obviously like stuck with probably like hydro or whatever, or like water. And then the Scions, since they have a very strong connection to the moons, and they use like hydro in their, or they use water in their rituals, then them two like merging together will be like a very, very strong possibility of Columbina being Hydro. Yeah, that's my better way of putting it. Um, yeah, that's kind of like my shot at that of why she will be Hydro. Because, like I said, I've only literally seen people say she's Hydro just because of her heels. Like, it's like that water ball, and then like above it is like a half like blue moon. But yeah, and then her walking also with like all those flowers, which that is honestly cool. I do like that touch because I wonder. Okay, I see. This this is why I need to be like a little bit more organized, like my thoughts and stuff like that. But anyways, so like now that I just said that and I made my first theory on the Scions wanting to take Columbina and why that's how she would be Hydra or whatever. I just remember in the trailer all those flowers have moons in it. And then she like talks about like the future mirrors in the water of the past. I don't know, something like that. I will also get to that later because that has to deal with Wanderer. Um. Uh. Yeah. Where was I going with that? Oh yeah. Okay. And then other stuff happens, and then it goes like back to Columbina, and then all the flowers that were white started turning red, and then the moon started turning red also. So I wonder because Columbino also says that like, well, I'm basically like paraphrasing because I don't remember her exact words, but she said like the moon is dying. Yet the moon is basically dying. So what if the Scions want to use her, then since she's like related to the false moon, in my opinion, that's what I'm just thinking. Then, since she has a strong connection to that, then the Saiyans will have a connection to another moon, and then the last moon that's hidden away, they could probably bring that one out using maybe the Fatui. That's that one. I'm really not too sure. Um, but yeah, as I'm just gonna say this one thing and then go back to my point, because I'm really not too sure about this. But I do think the Fatui is gonna start having inter conflicts with each other, and I think it's gonna start with Sandrone and the Doctor, because I think Sandrone probably wants to use the moon for something else. Because, she's, now that I say that, Sandrone is also kind of sick in the head, just like the Doctor. The only difference is that she just does, like, puppet versions of her science experiments. And the Doctor just does human experiments. But, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. But I think they're probably going to start, like, bumping heads with each other. So maybe Kalabina could be working with the Doctor to bring out the moon. Or no, not really Sandrone. Because Sandrone basically talks shit about the Scions. So maybe the Doctor. I don't know, I'm not really too sure. I might gotta keep theorizing about that part. But basically, anyways, something or someone is going to try to bring out, oh, it's probably the Traveler. Yeah, I just realized that. It's probably the Traveler that's going to bring out the last hidden moon. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Probably the Traveler and Nicole with Alice and the other people. And then Alice, of course, probably wants to do something else with the Hexa Circle and stuff like that. Yeah, that's most likely it. But okay, anyways, back to my Calabina thing. Basically, Calabina is gonna merge all three moons together, become one, and then she herself will probably use her own powers and resurrect all three dead moons to make one moon. That's what I think is gonna happen. And that's why I think she's called Moon Maiden. So then Kalabina will basically be like the very first, like even before Nubalong, the very first moon. Just like how I think Paimon was the very first moon, even though she went to war with the sun and she died and lost and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what I think Kalambina is. She's gonna become that one perfect moon, just like how Paimon was in her previous life. Um, yeah, that's pretty much for like not cry. Varka, him saying that he's there for the moon, but if you put the subtitles, it actually says Mondstadt. But I will say this about Varka. I'm not gonna go too deep into it because I don't know too much about him. Honestly, the game really hasn't said too much about him. The only thing that we know is he's very charismatic. He's sarcastic. His what quest was it? I don't remember what quest, but I know it was some quest with Mika. Mika or Micah? No, I think his name is Mika. He talks about the captain sending a letter. I mean, not the captain, the Grand Master, which is Varka. Varka sending a letter, and Varka makes a joke about him and the captain. That there's like I think the joke was like there's 7 captains in the Knights of Favonius. There's 1 captain in the Fatui, but there's only 1 Grandmaster, like in both groups. So he basically tries to say that he's stronger than the captain, which is, you know, blasphemy. How dare he say that about the greatest human who ever lived? But yeah, dude, it would be funny if he actually is stronger than a captain. That would that would literally be crazy. But I will say, not only that, um, and he's also a drunk because he likes drinking with Venti. Um, Now this is just me just thinking, and also because I saw his appearance and the sword that he has. I think he was like Razor at one point, and he was just living with that wolf. I forgot the wolf's name. And then I think, like I said, basically almost the same relationship like what Razor has with the wolf. But I do think that the wolf probably told Varka like more of like secrets like about the moons and where he came from and stuff like that. And then I think that's why he wants to go to Not Cry. Not really on behalf of Mondstadt or whatever, but more on behalf of the wolf, if that kind of makes sense. Because the wolf, he's not really integrated with like human life. He's just there mostly like isolated and stuff like that. Even though, he is like around Razor and stuff like that. But yeah, that's what I think it is. I think he's really on behalf of the wolf. Because maybe he feels like obligated to like do something. I don't know. That's just me kind of, you know, thinking out loud, I guess. Um, that girl behind him that's like dressed in all green, and well, she is from Sumeru. I'm like 100% sure. I'm gonna double down on that also. That she's from Sumeru. However, who she is, that I'm not sure. That I'm not sure. I know I've seen some people say, which would be funny, and I agree a little tiny bit, maybe like 20-25%. I could kind of see where they're coming from. And I do agree with them like that little bit about that girl being a pep. And I know I've seen people counter argue and say that a pep hates humans. I mean, all dragons hate humans because of the heavenly principles and stuff like that. But I will say this. I will counter that argument. To be fair, there's two instances. Well, there's one instance, and then one that I could theorize that could make her change. But one, obviously, Neuvillette. That Focalors forced him to be like the judge, even though he really didn't care and stuff like that. But she basically made him see, like, basically like, like how humans like operate and stuff like that. So he could become like a fair judge, even though when he sees the Archons, honestly, I think it's just on sight. I don't even think he's gonna talk. If he does talk, he will probably say like, "Are you an Archon?" And if they say yeah, he's probably just gonna start fighting them. Honestly, but yeah. So I think he's like more adapt to like humans and stuff like that. And he's like slowly like learning what it means to be human also. I mean, like look at his like I guess you could say like a little bit of a disguise cuz now he's like full dragon authority. But he's like literally not as a dragon form. He's like a human form. So that's why I said a little bit of a disguise. But yeah, his like quote unquote a little bit of disguise. It's human. So that's one instance. And then the other one that this one is a little bit of a reach. Nahida and the Traveler going like to a pep and then like them fighting and then Nahida saying that she wants to like help her and stuff like that, and then the Traveler also saying that they want to help and whatever. So that could be another instance of a pep like I guess like changing like in some way or whatever. But like I said, I'm not really, that's just a little tiny bit of me that like could see that girl being a pep. But like the rest of me, I don't know. I don't really see it honestly. I don't think that's a pep. And honestly, I don't know who the hell she is. I don't even know who she's associated with. Actually, no, I do think I know. Because I think she's associated with the Clink Clank group, maybe. Whoa, hold on, actually. No, no, she's not. No. Because you could tell there's like no robot port to her. Because Anefa, obviously you can tell she's a robot. And then that girl that like looks like a bat, honestly, you could tell like very subtly. She has like some robot part mechanics on her also. So I wonder if she is robot, like how Anefa is, or maybe a little bit like Sandron. Well, actually, Sandron is kind of different because Sandron is like a full-on puppet. But I don't know. I guess you could say a little bit like that, or like um, who's a person like um I'm trying to think of another character, because I could think of a character, but they're from Zenless Zone. I want to try to keep it, like, in one game. Especially that people don't really play Zenless Zone. Well, they do, but not as much as Genshin. Um, I don't know. I would just say a little bit part human, or mostly human and part robot, or part robot, part human, mostly robot and some human parts. That's basically what I'm trying to get at. That's what that Batgirl looks like. And then of course Durin, who was sitting looking at the was it coffee, a tea, something like that. But Durin, he's not robot. He's like full dragon. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, she could be a part of that group, like the Clink Clank thing, because I'm pretty sure everybody in that group is not only robots. I mean, Aino's not a robot. She's the one that created them. And I'm pretty sure she's Geo, because I saw that in the leak, unfortunately. I saw that Centaur is Dendro. Well, actually, I saw that from the trailer. You can actually see her vision. There is a leak saying that she's a bow user. Um, and then Aino, which is that little girl, she's supposed to be Geo. I don't remember what weapon that I saw. But I do remember the the guy who used the light to defeat the monsters from the Lightkeeper's Fin. He's Electro. Because I saw it in a leak first, and then um, it actually showed his vision, and then it was like, oh yeah, okay, so that's like 100% correct. So that's why I think like Aino is probably 100% Geo also, because it was from the same leak. But yeah, the Finn is Electro, and he uh he also does that Luna Charge thing. He's like the DPS of Luna Charge, and Anafa is like his support. Even though you could probably build Anafa as like her own DPS, even though she won't be as strong. She most likely would be like a sub, or maybe like a buffer. Um, but anyways, yeah. So Finn is supposed to be like a main DPS. Electro, Claymore, and he also does the Lunar Charge thing. Um, where was I even going? Oh yeah, about what a faction that girl with the green is. Uh, what is her name anyway? I know it starts with an N. Uh, Nefer, Nefa, because I know she's supposed to be almost like Neferati, like in real life, like the Queen of Egypt. That's basically like her comparison. But her name in the game is not Neferati. It's like Nefa. I know it starts with an N. I don't know. I don't know who the hell. I don't know. Maybe part of the Clink Clank thing. It would be funny that she is a robot. Maybe I'll probably watch the trailer again and see if I could see any like hidden details. That's that's what I did the second time I watched it. Try to find hidden details. Oh yeah, okay. Now let me talk about the sinners. Okay. Because on the note that Alice got, that it said three names. And those three names are the names of the moons. And I believe it was the one in the middle. That one of the moon's names. Well, actually, let me see if I can remember all three. I know the one in the middle, which that one I'm probably gonna mention last because that one has to do with the sinner. So one of them is I know starts is it Canine? I think. I think that's her name, Canine. Another one starts with an A. Something. I know it's like AR. But yeah, her. And then the last one is Sonari. I believe that's how it's pronounced, Sonari. And the sinners, they all have like titles to the name. Like almost, I mean, it's not really like archons, but I mean, it's a tiny bit of it because you know they have like titles of like what their god is, like God of freedom, God of war, and stuff like that. So the sinners, they also have titles like Danslif's brother is the visionary. I have a whole entire theory about that guy because I think. Well, let me get to the the moon one first, so I could like wrap up that whole not cry theories for now. Um, the visionary, which is Dance's brother, then Gold, my daughter, and then she merged with Nibirius. So now she's also part Shade of the Life. Um, then the Visionary Gold. That's the other one, but I want to mention him last. Oh damn! What is the other people? What the hell? Why can I not remember? It's Gold, Visionary. Oh, Skirk's Master, the Foul. Um, and then the one that I honestly really don't know too much about, like at all. Like even to this day, I still don't know. Um, dude, I don't even know so much about him. I don't even remember his name. I think it starts with like an H or something. I don't know. I don't even know. I know Danslip does mention his name because he talks about the five sinners and he mentions them by name. Oh, hold on. Is it like Heliostar or something like that? Or Hellstar? Something like that. I'll look it up later. And then the last one that has to, what I think has to do with the moon, and also probably has to do with the wild hunt. So this is my theory about Notcry. Well, the Wild Hunt and Notcry. And this also ties back to the Blood Moon or the Crimson Moon and the Crimson Moon Dynasty in Khaenri'ah. Because I think that he's also a survivor with Arlecchino, which his name is Raquel of Solanari or something like that. It's basically translate to Avenger of the Moon. So this is what I think he's doing. I think he was one of the either orphanage kids, orphanage leaders, or maybe a leader or something. I know he was in the Crimson Moon Dynasty. That's pretty much like obvious. Obviously, he was also one of the spared ones, or the ones that did a deal, whatever. He basically survived it. That's what I'm trying to say. So then, he saw what Renova did to the Blood Moon. So then, ever since then, he wanted revenge. And then, when he went into the second kingdom of or the second dynasty of Khaenri'ah, which was the sibling becomes a prince or a princess, depending on what travel or gender you choose. And then the king, the king making them either the prince or princess, for stuff like that. And then he was in the second dynasty, and then again, Renova came and destroyed Khaenri'ah. So he saw her destroy his homeland twice. So the visionary, Dance's brother, told him to go to Notcry because that's the strongest presence of the moons, or basically it is. Even if there are descendants of the moon, again, that's still the strongest presence of the moon, or moons, I should say. So, what was I even going? I kind of sidetracked myself when I corrected my own self. Okay. So he went to Notcry because that's the strongest presence, and then that's when he merged or started. No, I wouldn't really say merged. Well, maybe he did merge, but I would rather say working with the Abyss, especially that Dance's brother is most likely probably the leader of all those minions and stuff like that, because he also might be puppeteering the sibling. I don't think the sibling is the real leader of the Abyss Order. I'm pretty sure it's Dance's brother that's the leader of the Abyss and the Abyss Order, because you also got to remember those are two different things. The Abyss and the Abyss Order is two different groups. Even though, again, to me, it's almost in the same boat as the Shades and the Heavenly Principle. They basically work together for the same goal. The Abyss and the Abyss Order sometimes aligns with the same goal. So I can see how a lot of people get confused by that. But they are two different groups. But anyways, that's not the point. So, the visionary told him to go to Notcry and especially not crying, their abyssal, I guess you could say like contamination is like much, much, much like extremely stronger. That's why even when you look at the Not Cry trailers, even the abyss monsters are like ripped like in half, and there's like purple soul like coming out of them and stuff. So that's probably why he's in Not Cry right now. That he's there, probably leading that group, and then he's also on the hunt to, I don't know, devour the last moon so he could have her power of the moon with him, with also the abyss, to then go fight Renova. Or maybe he wants to do the same thing like the other ones. Probably resurrect the moon, create a moon. He wants to do something with the moon. Because again, if you translate his name, it's Avenger of the Moon. So he basically wants to kill Renova. And he's most likely going to use the help of either the last moon or, like I said before, create a new moon or whatever. So yeah, that's basically what I think he's doing. That's like basically his purpose in the Sinners group. Because I also said that earlier. That everyone has a purpose. And I think that's his purpose. To kill Renova. And also she's deaf. So if you get rid of deaf, it would be a lot smoother to do a whole bunch of other stuff. So, especially she's like the main enforcer. Even though she's the one that breaks the most rules, she's somehow the main enforcer of the Heavenly Principles. So, yeah, that's my theory about that. And then, Gold. Man, I don't know. Gold is honestly the most complicated one. Although I will say everybody acts on orders of the Visionary. But the Visionary, even though his is not clear and it's probably more confusing, like if you go deep, deep down and think about it. But I don't know, to me it's like kind of easier to guess than Gold. Because with Gold, even though she was acting out orders, the thing that really, really throws me off is the Bakunawa. Like, I don't know. That play, especially because he's also hidden on Mari, Javari. I don't know. That one is weird. Because, you know, she created all these Rift Hounds and Albedo and Durin, and they basically like waged war like during the Cataclysm and stuff like that also. Um, but the Bakunawa, for her to make the moon, I mean, for her to make the Bakunawa, and then the Bakunawa eats the moon, most likely on orders from her, then what the hell is the whole point of also having an Avenger of the Moon in the same group? Or, I don't know, this is still. Even if he's the Avenger of a specific moon, which is most likely the Blood Moon, which would be the Crimson Moon to him, because he was from the first dynasty that was praying to that moon, then I don't know. Like, to me, that would be dumb if he's only focused on one moon. and not the other moons. Like, okay, yeah, I didn't pray to that moon, so I don't care about that moon. But they're like all related. So, that part throws me off. And even why have the Bakanawa even eat a moon in the first place? And then hide and marry Javari. I don't I don't get that either. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Maybe I'll think on that. But yeah, for her, her goal is just to create shit, just to destroy shit. And then now that she also merged with Nibirius, her power level on creating even more crazy shit is like expedited like times a billion. Now she could really like oof. Oh my god. The stuff she could really create is honestly crazy right now, if you think about it. Because the stuff she already created is crazy enough. Like, she could literally, like, take over the world by herself with just her creations. And now she has the power of life because she merged with the shade of life. Like, shit. But, yeah. That, I think that's just her, her, like, her play in all this, just to create. So one is to avenge, to kill death. One is to create, to destroy. Um, the foul, that's honestly another one I'm not too sure of. Cause maybe that one, the also visionary is kind of like I wouldn't say like really tricking him, but like I guess kind of like leading him on, knowing some stuff are not gonna happen, so he's gonna come back eventually, and then he will probably be like the basically like the enforcer of like when they go to war with the Heavenly Principles. Because basically his whole thing, he's basically just like child. Like he just wants to fight to get stronger and stronger, and now he's so strong. He has the power of the void inside of him. And now he's looking for a fight that can kill him. Which I have a theory about that also. But um yeah. So now he's just literally like he's basically like the equivalent to like Mavuka and like the Pyro Archon. Like he's literally like the god of war now. He's based like I would compare him to like Kratos, honestly. Not like power level wise, because power level wise, Kratos is literally in a league within a few of like people who can rival him, people who can rival him, and then very few who could beat him. And yeah, the foul is again he's strong as hell, but yeah, his role in this is just literally again just to fight to destroy and kill. And then the one that I can't remember, that I think his name is like Hellster or Hellstar. I honestly don't know nothing about him. I gotta look up and see because I know in the event with Genshin that um something Onslaught. I know if well people who are like whales and I'm not a whale and honestly I probably well I don't know I wouldn't say never. I'll probably like if I ever get into like a very good position I'll do a little bit of it I guess for like certain characters but there'd be people who'd be like C6 and everybody and like R5 the weapons. But yeah, I would never be like a whale like that, like a leviathan type of thing. I would never do all that. But yeah, that's basically the only people who could have beaten the hardest difficulties. Because after you do that, then it gives you the gold weapon skin that's not even permanent, which is fucking dumb, honestly. But yeah, each one of the weapons correlates with a center. And I don't remember what that guy's weapon is. And I don't even remember the description of the weapon. Because I know I read it before. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure he's one of the swords. Because the Catalyst was the Visionary. Rhine was also one of the swords. The bow was the foul. Raker. Oh no, Raker was another sword. He was the pole arm. Okay. Well, now that I know what it is, I'm gonna look. Well, I'm gonna look up all of them regardless, because I want to refresh my memory on what the other ones say. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's the pole arm. Um, but yeah, I literally have no clue at all of what he wants to do or what the Visionary wants him to do. Because again, I think the Visionary is like puppeteering everybody. And then the Visionary, which this guy, I know in the Second Dynasty, they basically called him like almost like a prophet. Because he could tell prophecies and stuff like that. But I will say this, especially in Genshin, it has been proven that prophecies are always like destroyed. It is prophecies have been destroyed, have been broken, have been twisted, literally everything to avoid a prophecy. And Fontaine is the best example. But when the visionary tells a prophecy, literally anything can happen, but the prophecy will still happen if he said it. Like if he said, I'm just this is not like factual or like in lore. I'm just making this example up. Like if he said Renova will die, then Renova will die. Or if he said like the sibling will be king even before like the king put the sibling as like a prince or princess. But like if he said that the sibling will become prince and then become king, then it would literally him become a prince, then become king. So with him, it's not like it's honestly like not prophecy. Like what he's literally like I don't know how to explain it. Like he's like literally like seeing like the future. Like whatever he speaks is the truth, and then the truth that he speaks will happen because he like spoke it. It's I don't know, it's like weird. That's basically like how the visionary is. And again, we see that with because actually there is an example. Well, not with like Renova and the prince or princess, but when you do Skirk's quest and when you like look into the memories and stuff like that, like after you beat basically like the imposter of Skirk's master, which you actually find out he's one of his first students in Conria. But then he just got obsessed with like power and stuff like that, and he wants to fight him or whatever. Yeah, it's a whole big thing. But basically, you could say like Skirk's uh like sibling student, you could say, because again, he was actually one of Skirk's master's first students in Conria. Oh my god. But yeah, so that's it. Um. Oh yeah, I said that's it. I didn't even say the goddamn. I'm sorry. I I know. Like if someone's like listening to all this rambling and just I don't know. Hopefully you could just like I don't know, laugh at it or agree with it or I don't know, get mad at what I'm saying because it's not factual. Or, I don't know. Just hopefully you don't get annoyed. But if you do, unfortunately, I'm sorry. It's kind of how my brain just like rattles stuff. But yeah. Let me finish my point. Um, so yeah. Uh, when you see the memory of the boss that you fight, which again is one of Skirk's fellow like students. Well, not students, because her only student is child. One of her fellow like people that her the foul like taught and stuff. That's what I meant to say. But yeah, so you see the foul talking to the visionary. They never show the visionary. Very slick. Um but you do hear him speak. And when he's talking to the foul, he tells the foul that you're gonna go out and you're gonna fight and you're gonna beat everybody. You're gonna become so powerful that nobody's gonna rival you. That's exactly what's happening right now because he even has the void inside of him. So he was right about that. And then he says that you're gonna take on an Outlander student. He was right about that. Skirk. And then he said that in the future that he said a student. He didn't say one of your students. Or it could be implied a student is one of your students. But I don't think that's what he meant. And I'll get to that after I say this. But he says a student will basically come back and rival you and will beat you. So that part has yet to happen. But like I said, the other stuff he said was going to happen, and it happened. And then the file basically called him oh, I see why you're called like such a visionary or whatever. And then he basically like brushes it off and says that he's never gonna adopt another student. But again, he adopted Skirk. And then, the rest is history. Now, this is where I get to the ace student part. And then this is where I also get to child, because I said this on YouTube before. So, I believe that Skirk will meet Child again, be surprised on his progress. They will have a duel. Then she's gonna realize, like, oh shit, I need to use more than just one hand to fight him. And then he's gonna start becoming, like, more powerful throughout the fight. And then she will probably most likely win. But he's not gonna stop, like, getting stronger. So he's gonna keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and so on. And then he's gonna beat Skirk. And then when he beats Skirk, that's when the foul is gonna come back. And then the foul is gonna fight against Skirk and Child. And then they're gonna win. I'm not really sure about Skirk. I don't know if she's gonna die in battle or she's gonna win also. Honestly, Skirk kind of honestly like reached like her limit as like strength wise or whatever. Even though that sounds like a brush off or whatever. Regardless or whatever, she's still very, 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 very powerful. So I'm not trying to brush it off like she's just gonna become like a shit. You know, like she's not gonna be able to fight like in the story or whatever. That's not the case. But I'm saying in terms of Child and the foul, Child is gonna like supersede everyone and he's gonna beat the foul. And then he's gonna be able to like take up the mantle of like the foul and stuff like that. And then he's gonna like take the void in and everything and stuff like that. And then by the end of Genshin Impact, I'm calling it right now. Well, I called it before. I'm just reiterating my call because I'm doing this the first time on Twitch, and the audio is not messed up. I hope not, because dude, I'm gonna be so pissed off. And then I had to do this for a third time. But yeah, but I'm calling this now again. Not Skirk. Child will be the strongest person that Teyvat has ever seen. And also, let me also reiterate this part because actually maybe I shouldn't have said ever seen because I just realized I also said this on YouTube and then I thing also. Basically, he would be the strongest being that Teyvat has like ever created. That's a better way to say it. Like people from Teyvat, like even the dragons, the primordial one, Nubelong, well, not the sun and the moon. No, not that. I mean, possibly he could try to fight and rival, but beat them, I don't think so. But him being stronger than the Primordial One and New Belong, possibility, him rivaling, possibility also. Him being stronger than the Shades, yes. Archons, yes. The Elemental Dragons, yes. The other Dragon Kings, yes. The other Descenders, yes. But besides the Traveler and the Sibling, I will get to that after. Um, so yeah. Um, yeah, that's literally I think what Child's gonna be. I think Child will be the strongest person ever created from Tibet. I think that's exactly what's gonna happen at the end of the game. So yeah, that's my theory about him. And then yeah, now let's talk about the Traveler and the Sibling. Um, and then this also stems into like the stuff I said in the beginning about like the Primordial One, which is Fanes, and the Primordial Being, which is um, New Belong, being like brothers and stuff like that. So I think that the reason why they're so like crucial to Tibet is because they are the reincarnations. They are the direct reincarnations of the original sun and the original moon, which I know sounds a little bit contradictory because I also said that Paimon was the original moon. But I do think they're like, well, maybe not direct reincarnations, but like some form of reincarnation of them. That's what I think it is. Because if it's direct, then it has to be like soul and stuff like that. Now, obviously, it's not soul because Paimon is Paimon, and I think Paimon is the original moon. Again, that's really not the point. But the point is, I do think they're like some form of reincarnation of that. And then the reason to pair them as siblings is because siblings have like a deeper bond than basically like anything else like in the world. Like the person who will have your back the most is like a sibling. So it's like this is again, this is just me just you know just thinking of how this could like make sense. So because they also represent, because even before Asmodee like traps them like in the void and like separates them, you see in their sword that Lumaine is, oh, I forgot which one she is. I believe she's the moon, and then Ether is the sun, because you could tell by their swords, or vice versa. But anyways, again, you could tell by the swords of which symbol that they represent. So, if everything was created by the original moon and sun, and then everything fell apart because of stuff that they did, or their creations, which again, they're three suns, Fanes, New Belong, and I'm just Zhongli. That's just me spitballing the last one. I'm more confident on Fanes and New Belong. But it's a very, very high possibility it could be Zhongli. But yeah. So if you see like all this stuff that like happens and stuff, and then you guys fight each other, and then you basically both die, then if you're like reincarnated, then I don't know how to explain it. It kind of makes like more sense like in my head in some weird way. Like if they're reincarnated as siblings and a sibling's bond is stronger, then it will probably be easier to fix the problems that you created if now you could take the heavenly principles, like rules and like, yeah, basically like rules and stuff, and then take the abyss rules and stuff, which they basically also mean like sun and moon, and then you take the siblings that they become the leaders of like both, and then merge together, then you could like recreate your original like intention and try to like actually save Tibet from like total like destruction. So that's my theory on the fourth descender. That the fourth descender is technically it's both of them, but even though that the sibling is written inside Irminsul, I think the reason why he's written inside Irminsul is because he dealt with like the abyss and Khaenri'ah and stuff like that, which is crucial. And if he's of the world, then it will be easier to merge to what's like the perfect I guess you could say like two different ideologies into one to create one perfect like world, and again to like not have to go through a total annihilation. Which that also brings me to another point. I wish they kind of talked about it a little more, because what was so like what is so scary that outside of Tibet that people had to travel to Skirk's homeland or home planet, destroy it, and then the file has to come basically kill those like space pirate type people, and then him take her, and then him take her, yeah, him take Skirk, and then Skirk basically descends into Tibet. Like, why? Like, what is out there that they're hiding from? They had to create this false sky and probably even most likely send people out to kill neighboring worlds. I don't know. I wish they mentioned that a little bit more, but they didn't. And I would be alright with it, but sometimes some Genshin stuff, like does not get answered for like years. And especially now that we're going to Not Cry, and then that's like about the moons and stuff like that, which has nothing to do with Skirk. And then says Naya, which again, that one is gonna do nothing with Skirk. So it's basically gonna be like 3 years of waiting. So I don't know. Ay, ay, ay. Man, I really went off the deep ends, man. This whole entire thing has just been me talking. And that's I didn't even talk about Zenless. Well, Zenless, I will. Honestly, I've kind of been saving that also. Because the new update came out and then the new place also came out. So I want to see certain things, and then if I see it, I could try to make one full like theory about that. Because right now, my only real things is that I think that the because in Zenless Zone there's siblings also. There's Wise and then Bell. So I think their teacher, Caroline, I actually do think she did bring the, the destruction of the old capital. I don't think that that's just like propaganda or whatever. I actually do think she did do that. But I will say is that I think when she did that, she also knew that Wise and Bell would be the ones to save Eridu. And then at the very end, Wise and Bell fails, so they go back in time with their powers. They like reverse themselves into time and then keep that basically like frozen, so the destruction of Eridu doesn't happen yet. I wouldn't say like a time paradox type thing. I mean, you could kind of think of it a little bit like that, but once I say that, it's gonna start getting like a very confusing. But I would just say like they like paused that and then went back all the way in time until like right after Carol Ann like basically brought destruction into the old capital. And then they probably like erased all their memories and stuff like that. So they went back in time. Oh, you could say almost like this game, like Rover. Even though I don't think he really went back all the way in time, because I think the Fraxidus still like knows what he basically did and stuff, because I believe he's the founder of Fraxidus. But yeah, I will compare it a little bit to like this game. But so yeah. Then and then the whole point of these four keys, which one of them is fairy, yokai. Oh my god, dude, why do I always forget these? I should be remembering all this stuff. Fairy Yokai Jin. Fairy Yokai Jin. And then there's one more. I can't remember. I don't know why. I'm always forgetting some stuff. But yeah, basically, I think each key has a certain amount of like their memories, and like when they reach a certain point, then they will reveal like a part of them like going back in time, but not everything, because then it will probably reveal to them like, okay, now go look for the next key, and then the next key would be the same thing. They have to do stuff, reveal like a lot of stuff, and then like at the very end reveal um another part of them like going back in time and stuff like that. And then again, it will repeat. Then it will reveal the third key and the same thing. Then at the very end, will reveal the fourth key. And then the fourth key will basically take everything, put it all in one big thing, and then reveal the entirety of like everything. Like why Carol Ann um brought the destruction, why they went back in time, why they broke their memories into four keys, why they had to uh like separate it and not put it into one key, why they had to relearn their powers, basically everything. Um yeah, that's like my major theory about Zenless. And then, like my little one, well, it was pretty big also, because I'm pretty sure this also intertwines somehow, but I'm just haven't made the connection yet, or haven't thought of a connection yet. That I could either be horribly wrong, like I'm like 90% always am, which that's fine. That's kind of the fun of like me theorizing stuff. 'Cause I've always been doing this, even before streaming. Even though I haven't been streaming for like a long time, I need to be more consistent with that. But yeah, even when I was a little kid, I used to play Assassin's Creed. I know I talked about that earlier. And then I used to go to school and tell all my friends, "Oh, what do you think about Altair and Ezio?" Because you know that's when what you call it? Because that's when I got my PS3 and I got Assassin's Creed 2, and then it was like also near my birthday, so then I got Assassin's Creed 1, and then because I got it a little later. I didn't get it the exact same year, or like even a year after. Because during Christmas, that's when I got Brotherhood, and then also the PSP one, because I had a PSP at the time. Um, but yeah, and then like a year later, or maybe two. I don't remember the timeline, but most likely maybe a year later, because it was also right around my birthday, or maybe a little after. Then Revelations came out. But yeah, I've always like, and even Resident Evil, I made like theories about that stuff also. You know, just waiting for like Resident Evil 5 and for 6 to come out. And then I was like what the hell? I mean, it was fun, but I didn't get that same like, you know, like if you play the originals one, well, I mean, it's still fun. I can't act like, oh my god, like this was garbage, because it wasn't. And even like God of War, like at the end of three, like what happened to him? Like where did he swim away to? Yeah. So I've always been just thinking, I don't know. It's kind of just fun to me. But yeah, let me finish my other Zenless one. Um yeah, in the new place, not where the temple is, like where you do like the mini open world thing, where you could also do like the bamboo thing and collect the chests. And you also fight the like the miasma stuff. They've also been hinting like like a whole bunch of stuff of like going into space. So I've wondered like if them going into space was because I don't think, although I'm like, I don't know, I will probably say like 50-50. Like they went to space and then something happened, and then that's when the ether covered like half of the moon. But I'm a little bit more into this theory than that one. I think that the oh my god, what is the big bad group? I know Sarah is a part of it. Like the cultists. I forgot like their main name for the cult, but I'm just gonna say cultists because I can't remember right now. But what I think happened is the cultists had uh an astronaut. Obviously, that was like a part of the group. So he was almost like a double agent type thing. So, or like a hidden agent. I wouldn't really say double agent because it's not like, like the astronauts were like enemies and stuff like that. I would say more like hidden agent. But anyway, the cultists had like a hidden man, and he was an astronaut. And then when they went to space, then he did whatever the main overseer told him to do. And then that's how the ether ended up on the moon. And then people probably saw it and was like, oh, like this power came from outer space when really all that ether stuff came from Eridu. And that's not from outer space. So then when the old capital basically came and got destroyed and stuff like that, people probably thought it was like an outer being that just came and destroyed them, but not knowing that it was the cults or the cultists that basically destroyed it from within. So, yeah. Huh. Now that I say that, I wonder. Cause I'm still sticking to that theory that the teacher, Caro Ann, did cause the destruction of the old capital. But I wonder, like, if she knew what was going on, right? And she probably saw that they wanted to do, because they already did it to half of the moon, right? So what if they want to make the whole planet into like ethereal, and then she was like, okay, no, this can't happen. So I have to basically destroy it before this spreads, but not knowing the magnitude of what would happen when she did it. And then that's how the destruction of the old capital happened. So she did it trying to save people, but she did ended up destroying the old world. But I mean, not everybody died. So I mean, that's not really a positive way to be looking at that, but I guess you could say she basically did what she had to. Because if she didn't, then the whole world would be ethereal and like most likely destroyed. But for her, if she destroyed it right there and then she could try to save the whole world, even though she probably may I don't know. Maybe she didn't, or maybe she did know it was gonna destroy the old capital. But the point is, she wanted to save the whole world. So yeah, yep, that's my theory. I'm gonna stick with that. I'm gonna double down with that also. Um, yeah, man, I can't believe I literally just stood here on the pause menu and just rambled. I talked about so much, man. Again, it would be crazy if like any part of what I said is true, because I have a track record of just being extremely wrong, which again is okay. I just enjoy the fun of like thinking and like theorizing stuff. And sometimes I like over theorize. It's just like Pentagon. Even though I like extremely over theorize, especially with the whole Black Swan thing. But like it was so obvious that Sam was Firefly, but yet I just like lied to myself and it was like, nah, because I don't. I it was just it was too easy. I didn't like that. That part I didn't like. Like it was so obvious. Like I literally just started lying to myself and saying, no, they're not the same person. Impossible. But knowing deep down, like, yeah, like no shit, they're literally the same person. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't like to, I don't know. It's sometimes, not all the time, sometimes I feel like Hoyoverse tries too hard for like some, like certain things. Cause, and this is the thing, for some stuff it actually works. Like, you're thinking and theorizing, and a whole bunch of people in the community is like saying, like, who's this character? Like, what did they do and stuff? Like Renova. Like, she's the perfect example, Renova. And she was literally like right in front of us the whole entire time. Like Arlecchino's eyes, um, Hu Tao's weapon, the statue in Mazuma. To me, which I'm surprised a lot of people didn't correlate this yet, but to me, this was also an obvious connection. Shogun and Renova, especially when it said that it was like ripped the sky open, killing someone, and she wasn't a god yet. So I mean, like that's like some captain level type shit. I mean, even the captain didn't rip the sky, but the captain destroyed a vision. Yeah, the captain is he's so fascinating because he's so mysterious. Like I don't know, he's another one. Like I don't know. But yeah, like I was saying, Renova was literally right in front of us the whole entire time, and we just didn't see it. So I feel like they try to do that with like almost like every storyline. And if they can't think of a clever way, then they just basically do like what they did with like Sam or Firefly. Like, okay, it's like obvious that they're the same person, which that I don't like. But yeah, for the most part, it's, I've been at this for like very very long. Since like a little kid. Like any game I will play, I'll just like think of like a whole bunch of stuff. It's like, dude, Shadow of the Colossus. Like, I think I kind of have like I wouldn't say really like a timeline, but I mean kind of. So I think um like Shadow of the Colossus was first, and then that's when it like introduced like the beast and the souls and what was the main soul? That you basically had to like kill all these beasts, and then like at the very end, you was like the bad guy because like you unleashed like I basically you say like the demon of like that game's universe. And then like Ico and then the Last Guardian. It's basically like it's like the stages of the after effect of like releasing the demon, and you could see more and more of like destruction and chaos and like symbolisms of like the old past and stuff like that. And then the new game that's supposed to come out is like robotic-y, almost like a futuristic type thing, but it still looks like I guess you could say almost like the vibe of like the previous games, basically like all destruction. So what I think probably happened is in the new game, which I don't even know when that comes out, and I don't even remember the name of it. But I do know it's like with like a robot type thing. Um, what you call it? Like that's probably like the after effects of like what happened at the Last Guardian. Because at the Last Guardian, I think, oh damn, I don't remember. I'm I'm like 50, like 50-50. But I think that race of like whatever that creature was, I forgot the name of it also. God damn it. That they also like die off and stuff like that. And then like that thing at the tower, um, basically like well, this is me theorizing like how it leads into the next game. Like probably the thing at the tower when they like activated probably gave everyone like sentinel type like intelligence, I guess. Or almost like an AI type of thing, you could say. And then the remaining people try to recreate like the past and stuff like that using better technology and try to make like a better world. But then, of course, it's, you know, that game's universe, so some crazy ass destruction is gonna happen. It'd probably be like the demon from um Shadows of the Colossus. I forget. Is it Dormant? I believe it's like that, Dormant or Dormont from um Shadows of the Colossus. Probably now like integrated with like a robot and then probably cause viruses and stuff like that, and now other robots are like corrupted, so it's like endless possibilities. I'm actually very excited for that game. And I also, yeah, I never played Eco because I never had it. I just saw it on YouTube, so maybe in the future I'll buy it. Cause I still have all my consoles. I don't know why some people be throwing out their consoles. Well, I know some is not by choice, cause parents and stuff like that, or guardians, or siblings, or but like, I mean, even if you're tired of it or just don't use it, I mean, just I don't know, just keep it. I don't know. That's just my preference. I mean, cause you just never know. Even like again, like if you're never gonna use it again, cause you're just like the type of person who just like always buys like updated versions. Cause again, they're always re-releasing some game. But yeah, I would just save it. Cause dude, you know how much money those things could go for in the future? Like you never know, bro. You literally never know. You could literally have a lottery ticket in your closet and you're just gonna throw it away. Well, yeah, again, that's just my personal preference. I'm not like judging people because you never know people's situation. But what I basically mean, like, if you have the means to keep it, then you should just probably keep it. Even again, if you still don't use it. But yeah, that's pretty much all my. Well, besides Star Rail have. And again, I probably will go into like a deeper thing. Maybe when I play Zenless, because I do wanna. I don't know. Because Zenless, I also have like some little stuff here and there, like Ether and Drive Disk and all that stuff, but they're really not like super like heavy hitters. And also, I didn't do the new story quest, which I don't even know what the hell I'm waiting for. I did, however, because even if I don't be playing, usually I just log in just to collect stuff. So I collected the 10, and I actually did get the new girl, surprisingly. dude, I was so worried because never, ever, ever, like, I'm not even joking. Because I'm a day one player at Zenless Zone. From day one all the way to now, I have never, well, not all the way into now, all the way into, well, hold on. Today is already, yeah, because I already think. All the way, when did I do it? Until last Thursday, because that's when I got her. And that was the last time that I played. No, actually, no, because yesterday, I didn't play Friday. Yesterday I logged in and I just collected like the last ticket because I still have one more day. And I did just like a quick 5 minute farm for like some money and upgrades, and then that's it. But yeah, so Thursday is when I got the new girl. So from day one all the way to last Thursday, I have never gotten a new character in like less than 60 pulls. Like I've always reached like extremely hard pity. Like most of them has been 70 to 80. One of them was to 90, which I believe was Caesar. And then yeah, some of them from like 60 also. But usually always 60 and under. And if I hit like 60 like and above, which probably not the correct term because it probably sounds confusing to some people. But basically from like 0 to 50, if I ever got a gold within that range, 0 to 50, I've always lost a 50-50. 100% of the time, I've always lost a 50-50. And I've always gotten Rina, which drives me so fucking insane. I literally do not, I don't know how is that possible. I genuinely do not know. How every single 50-50 loss has always been the same girl, Rina. I don't understand. And then, bro, you know what's the crazy thing? Because usually I don't pull for weapons. Just basically like in every game. And then, like at last minute, when I realized that I suck and I need to start pulling weapons, that's basically when I start pulling weapons. But anyways, enough about my game skill. um, but yeah, so the first time I pulled was for Miyabi, because no way in hell I was going to miss Miyabi and her weapon. That banner was like 40 days long. If I didn't get Miyabi and her weapon in those like 40 days, I honestly probably would have uninstalled. But yeah, anyways. So Miyabi is the only weapon I ever got. Because everybody else, I just did people. And I really didn't care about the weapon. Because I just used the 4 stars. And then, what's that girl's name? Basically, the one that's not the Void Hunter, but that's gonna end up being the Void Hunter in the future anyway. So I call her a Void Hunter. Her, the master that's teaching Wise and Bell how to fight and use their powers. I forgot her name right now. Again, apologies for like my memory. It's like scattered. Anyways, but so yeah, I pulled for her, and in 30 pulls, I lost. I got Rina. I got tilted. I stopped playing a couple days. Then I played again, and I was like, you know what? Let me just get her weapon. So then in her rerun, I could get her. 30 pulls later. So this is my second ever time going for a weapon. And I got Rena's weapon. Like, what the fuck is Hoyoverse trying to tell me? Like, are they trying to, like, make me main her? And, like, make me, like, what? Like, the number one Rena, like, in the world? Like, I literally have her, like, C3 or M3, because it's Mindscape. But for those who play Genshin, Mindscape is like the equivalent to a constellation. So she's Mindscape 3, and now I have her weapon. Because not only do I lose 50/50s on the character and get Rina, now, for whatever fucking reason, I pull for weapons, and now I'm losing 50/50s, and I'm getting Rina's weapon. Like, what the hell is that? But yeah, so yeah, and then after that, on both accounts, because I also made an alt account, and I started playing the alt on YouTube. Because on YouTube, I do like my new or like alt accounts. I don't know. I gotta try to figure something out. Because I know there's ways to like multi-stream and stuff like that. But I know you gotta like buy stuff and yeah, I don't be knowing all that stuff. Especially these days, everybody be stealing a whole bunch of technology and stuff be getting hacked into. It's just yeah, I don't be getting into all that stuff. But yeah, anyways, so on my main and my ult, I did get Ju Fufu. The only difference is on my main account, I did go for her weapon and I did get her weapon. So that's good. I did get her weapon. And I also got her weapon within even though this is reaching like hard pity, I got it like in 40. Actually no, not 40, 50. 50. So yeah. But yeah, I did get the new girl. I don't know if I'm gonna pull for her weapon. Cause honestly, which I don't usually do this, and honestly, I really don't recommend, even though, you know, I don't even know if people are gonna be watching this far to like for me to be recommending stuff. And again, I said multiple times that I suck at games. Like, but no, it was like seriousness. I don't really recommend. I mean, again, you could do it if you want to. That's on you. But like, if you're a free to play player and like yeah, like if you're like free to play and you're trying to like build, because that's another thing. I know it's kind of hard also to try to build like multiple teams. And the thing is, basically an almost gotcha game. Like the end game modes, like you need multiple teams to like clear stuff. So that's why I really say I don't think like you should be pulling constellations or like equivalent of constellations to like a specific character. Because like if you get like like if you save up and then like C6 like Miyavi and then like you do a whole bunch of stuff, yeah, you could clear a lot of stuff. But if you start reaching like end game stuff, then you can't even claim like half of the price because she's just one team out of three, or like one team. Well, actually, there is one end game mode that you could get half of the price with her because there's two teams. But then there's another end game mode where you need three teams. So it's like a little more harder. You can't obviously clear Miyabi like on the same team with like multiple stuff. Because, again, they don't even allow you to pick Miyabi multiple times. Or a regular character multiple times. I mean, again, like if you really, really like them, then I mean, why not? Just go ahead. But if you're trying to be like I would say like because it's not really like casual. I mean, I guess you could be kind of casual because I would kind of consider myself like casual. But I'm also like a little bit like competitive also because I do want to try to do like the hardest stuff and stuff. So I guess like middle ground is what I'm trying to say. Like like you need like multiple teams and sometimes you need flexibility like within that team because maybe they're gonna like introduce like an enemy. Like perfect example, like the last boss from the last update because again I haven't did this story in Zenless Zone, but like in the last boss when you fight Overseer um Malakith or Mikhailov, something like that, when you fight them, their weakness, well, their resistance to a weakness is ice. So if you use anybody with ice, it's really not gonna do any damage. Like their weakness was ether and assault, I believe. And honestly, to be truthfully honest, I think they might have a third hidden one, which might be fire. But that's just me kind of just guessing that. But yeah, their resistance is ice. So it's not like you could be like using like Miyabi and you know like a mono ice team or something and be trying to like clear it out or whatever. But but yeah. Yeah, I would say like if you want to be like casual but still want to try to do a little um like end game mode stuff which would be like a little bit competitive, then I don't think you should probably go for Constellations. But like I said, like if you really really want to, and again at the end of the day it's you. Like if you just casual, go ahead. Like why not? Even if like you want to be middle ground, like again, go ahead. If you want to be like crazy, like these dodging mains, like in this game and Wuthering Waves, dude, these guys. I know I said it yesterday. Um, these guys are literally like psychotic. Like they be fighting the hardest like holograms, like no HUDs, uh, solo dodging. Um, well, actually, their builds are really good. So I can't be like trash builds or like decent builds. Their builds are really good. Um, but yeah, hold on. Sometimes I've seen some people do well. Again, their artifacts or echoes would be really good. But dude, I see some of them be clearing with like 3-star weapons. Like, I'm telling you, dodging mains are literally like psychotic. Like, it's insane. Like, how they be beating these bosses with like some of these setups. Like, soon enough, there's gonna be a person who's gonna be like 1 HP, no artifacts, a 1-star weapon, and he's gonna be beating like the hologram. What's his enemy? Hold on, let me pick the enemy up. Like this enemy. Oh, I forgot the. Yeah, okay. All right, I got it. No, I have to put this enemy up. Usually, I would just try to say it by name, or just say this annoying ass enemy. Oh my god, dude, this enemy is so fucking annoying. There's a hologram version of it in a mission. I think they did that just to test the waters, just to see if people are gonna break the controllers. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people did, because I was on the verge of breaking it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure in the future that's gonna be one of those hologram enemies. And there's gonna be a dodging main who is again 1 HP, no echoes, a level 1 sword, and is gonna be able to beat that. Like, it's crazy. Okay, let me actually finally. No, it's mad late, bro. I really went off the rails, man. But yeah, I don't know. It was kind of fun. I kind of liked it. Doing all that. What is this? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, okay. They going? Oh, I thought it was going back up. I was about to say.
Is there anything of interest?
Yeah, I seriously can't believe I just stood there talking for like hours. But yeah, I honestly kind of enjoyed that. Just letting all that out. Mm, I don't think. Oh yeah, that's the one with the 30 enemies. That's this area. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. I don't know if I should just go this way. Going the wrong way. Oh, yeah, okay. Unbelievable. I wonder if what you call it. Because at first I thought it was
Rises.
Fenrico that probably set up the not oh my god, what was the two guys' names? Is it Napoli? It's almost something like that. But yeah, I wondered if Fenrico set him up. Well, that's what I thought at first. And then at the ending of the quest, I started to like not think that anymore. So I will wonder if the people who do something. Let me just do it just in case. Oh, there you go. I thought it was gonna try to be slick and move when I was on it.
At your disposal.
Oh my god, dude. that honestly gave me a little bit of a jump scare.
My compliments.
Yeah, so I wonder if that's the archetype from the Fraxidus. Like, I wonder the person in that position. Basically, killed the second one. Well, actually, look at the second one who walked out. And went to sea, I think. But basically, killed one of them and then basically like tricked the other one. Because it is 100% someone from the Fraxidus that did that. Because again, I thought it was Fenrico, but it's clearly not anymore.
With time. Transform.
Yeah, I wonder if people are gonna see it and be like, oh my god, what's all the junk there?
My compliments.
I don't blame them.
Nothing worth the saving. Not even close. Still recognizing. Leave it to me. Transform. I engraft you new. Modulation. Transform. My compliments. Is that it? Is that it?
Damn. all like nightmare versions. That was a little bit easier than I thought.
Quickly and swiftly. Surrender. Leave it to me. My compliments. You will yield. Can you keep up?
Oh, I think this just loops around and then you go down the slide for that. Let me just double check.
A smooth journey. Can you keep up?
How is that sound? Whoa.
Quickly
Oh
and
yeah, I'm
swiftly.
pretty sure that's exactly what it is. And then you just slide down here. It's still... Yeah, where are these last ones? Oh, it's definitely probably gotta be here, maybe. Like one just hiding in the back or something. Yeah. Crazy ass cold.
Can you keep up?
Dude, whoever poses like that, I'm telling you, crazy. Insane, man. Enrico, Sunday, Blade,
Can you keep up?
Kafka. Bro, what the hell is this house? Oh, it might
Can you keep
be.
up?
Okay, if it's not somewhere related here. Hold on. Oh my god, you know what this reminds me of? Like all this deep fog and like seeing like shadows and stuff. This reminds me of that one part in Control. What's it called? I forgot. Is it the No? Actually, no, that don't sound right. I don't think it's called the Nowhere. I know it's something like that with the void and then like just basically nothing, and then the janitor is the one that like I'm pretty sure it was like the janitor that like guides you through it or something. Oops. But yeah, I don't know. For some reason, when I was going down, like the fog and stuff reminded me of that place. A place in Control. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Okay. Seems like we found aha of Wuwa. Is he gonna ascend to Sentinel? Aha. That guy is very, very interesting. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna be playing also. I'm not gonna just stop and blab.
Can you keep
Because,
up?
you know, I need to play also. Oh, you can play also? Interesting. Let me do this first. Dude, what the fuck? Who is... That's... Well, maybe that has to do with the mission. Oh, that's odd. Even though all this is just weird. But you know, they're like in a dream type, you know, situation. But it's like, he's free. He's praying to the... Oh, well, I'm not sure. Maybe Leviathan? Or maybe Sentinel. Basically, he's praying to stuff not related to the Order, which is obviously like this way.
Can you keep up?
Ooh. Okay, that explains why that guy... Ah, okay. That makes sense. That's why that guy's there. Okay.
Can you keep up?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Maybe I could get a glimpse. Okay, B. Hmm. Okay. And this was probably due to probably the fracture of his hand in this, most likely the architect. Which, I don't know, maybe now I'm starting to believe the architect is not the main overseer. Probably different. Probably just someone else like Frolova and Cristofaro and Scar. That's the thing, I wonder how many, like, people that's actually in the group. But, anyways, let me just keep reading. Ooh, unexpected death. Mm-hmm. Interesting, okay. And he went mad and then died suspiciously. Visionary. Okay, no, let me not. Gonna start all over my Genshin crap. Oh, now it makes sense why they say the technocrat Primus, him and his Echo technology. Ooh, okay. Okay. Interesting. So that's probably where the Fools, which is like Brant's group, probably comes into play. And they're in this guy, following his beliefs. That's just me. Because I still gotta do that. I gotta do so many stories. But that's interesting. Okay. Oh my god. Personally executed his predecessor. Sheesh. Hmm. So, I mean, it's kind of not entirely wrong. The Sentinel does have a high position to be the one true. Yeah. I'm venturing any of the deities. I mean, he is right. Oh, maybe I should do this first. I don't know if you got my. Alrighty.
Can you keep up?
Alright, second try. Oh, is he disappeared? Or am I just not too close? Okay, yeah. I do wonder Because obviously we're gonna be more sentinels and stuff, but I wonder like what the other sentinels are gonna look like. It would be pretty interesting. Because we got a dragon, which is Jue. Obviously the horse. I forgot the goddamn horse's name. But yeah, the horse. That cool. Yeah. Let's start that. I'm gonna say. But yeah, I don't know. I really wonder what the other ones would look like. Honestly, just like so many possibilities. And they will all probably be mythical. Oh, okay. They're all like mythical creatures. Well, so far, they've been all mythical creatures. A dragon, a unicorn. So what, like a phoenix? What, Pegasus? I don't know. I mean, we already have a unicorn. But nah. I mean, so Phoenix, Pegasus. Oh damn! I really need to like probably look all that stuff up. Oh, I don't know. That's interesting though. And as far as the bad guys, just the Leviathan. Um. Oh, what's that one where you fight with? Wasn't the Crownless? Although he is like a top, like bad guy. But I guess you could say he's like not. He's not like the equivalent of like a Sentinel, like a Theodorin or whatever. Mm. But yeah, it'd be interesting. Okay, yo, overclock. That's another thing. Dude, I don't understand how some people have like the ability to like overclock and not overclock and stuff like that. Especially like dude Calcharo. That guy, he was like in and out. Camellia, I know it's a part of the story, but again, my dumb self didn't do it yet. Maybe that's what I'll do next Wuwa stream. Yeah, I wanted to check one more time. And then, what the hell?
Can you keep up?
Is this voice gonna stay the same? It's been like that for like the last time, a couple times. Dude, I'm honestly still fascinated that they created all this. And they're all like doing different stuff. Marlova has her own like story inside. Yeah, I like this a lot. Okay, this is what I want. I want to see this changes it. Maybe, yeah, I'll walk around and then I'll see.
Can you keep up?
But yeah, that the fact they have like all these like stories, even just not even this, even like other stuff, like even hidden stories,
Can you keep up?
especially like that dragon, the two dragons, the two brothers. Honestly, kind of sad what happened between them, but yeah. Right here. Why she didn't appear with this guy disappearing? Oh, no. Still doesn't appear. I wonder what his next power is gonna be. My theory is ice. Or glacial.
Can you keep up?
Um. Just making sure she's not anywhere else. Yeah, I think.
I alone will decide whether it...
I will be there for everyone as we head toward our shared future, leaving the past behind.
Huh? Yeah, I still gotta do it one by one.
Why hesitate if you...
Another day? Sometimes I get a little carried away in
I
battles.
still gotta put
I didn't
these
startle you,
people
did I?
to like
I
at
see
least
my
7.
way clear.
But yeah, like this again, this whole overclocking thing. Like, what the hell? How is he like? Dude, he's like. I mean, there's other people who like doing this stuff, but I don't know. There's like something about him. Like the exception to him is like, I don't know. Also, we don't know nothing about him. The only thing we know is he runs with a crew Does it the steel something or black steel something? I don't know. Hunters of actually, you know what? Let me see. Oh, and he's also from the
You're
Federation.
quite good with your sword. But in a world like this, as a leader, one must excel in the art of deception, projecting an image of unwavering composure and offering false reassurance.
Actually,
Kalkaro, leader of the Ghost Hound's
I wasn't
mercenary
even
group.
close.
I suppose you've heard about what we do. Don't worry. Your safety as my client will be guaranteed until the job is done.
Oh, it reminds me of where the hell is this girl from? Also, I don't know. Is she also from the Federation? There's literally like nothing about her.
Greetings. My name is Danjin. I'm currently patrolling the lands as a ranger. Tell me about any injustice you've encountered, and I'll get it dealt with. You can't think...
Oh, so she's just probably yeah, I didn't build anything.
Anything I can help you with?
Perfect weather for a walk today.
Yeah, I have a branch weapon on her.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Eyes on the horizon.
Yeah, I like that also. Like, every person has like a different personality. I mean, also it helps when they sound different also. Like accents and stuff like that. I like that. Oh, actually, hold on. Before I end, I wanted to try. No, let's see. Nothing here.
Can you keep up?
I don't know why I keep thinking she's gonna. You know what it is? Maybe. I think. You know what it probably was? I probably saw something on YouTube, the thumbnail of her standing in there. But, yeah, this I want to see. Even I don't even think that woman is probably there. No, maybe she is, you just can't talk to her. Dude, that's still so amazing to look at. I like that a lot. Yeah, just
Can you keep up?
But yeah, like the fact that we don't know anything, that he's just from the Federation and his overclocking is like barely nothing to him. He just like got it under control. I don't know. I don't. Maybe I should just do one. Okay, let me just.
Can you keep up? Stay iron wrapped in you. Transform. compliments.
That also, I wonder, like, how many
Quickly and swiftly.
How many people? Oh my god.
Transform. Astral modulation. My compliments. Glory demands more.
I wonder how many people in the Federation are gonna kill.
Masterpiece. Companion. Still recognize me.
If I'm not mistaken, I think, Chisa,
I'll go where you can.
Chisa's from there. That girl with the arrows or crossbows. Bro, you see, that literally makes no sense to me. Fusion, like the main, for like the echo set. And then the main stat up here, havoc damage. Wait, the hell? Like, is this gonna be someone in the future that's gonna be multi at one time or something? Like, what are these? Bro, this literally, I don't understand. That's like so odd to me. But anyways, I wonder, oh my god. I wonder if, you know, let me just hold on.
Transform. In war with Tom.
What the hell was I even saying? Oh yeah, I wonder if, Chisa and that crossbow girl, well obviously they're gonna be in the new Federation, but I wonder if they know Calcharo.
In the name of the Montanes. Mamma mia! Ordained.
That would be pretty interesting.
Transform. Still recognize me. Such stubbornness.
Shit.
My compliments. The wrong person. Time to part ways. You will yield.
I also wonder what their Sentinel is gonna look like. Because so far everybody, oh my god, dude, what the anyways. So far, like, that's perfect, bro. That's pretty good, too. Oh, boy. Yes. Now we're talking, dude. That reminds me, I also gotta... Oh god.
Can you keep up?
Oh, let me look at this island first.
A smooth journey. Can you keep up?
But what the hell was that? Oh yeah, I wonder what their Sentinel looks like. 'Cause everybody's like so, I guess you could say like, kind of like evil, like dark and mysterious. Oh, I wonder. Oh, probably not, because probably, well, I mean, you never know. Because, you know, Wu, does,
Lighter than a dove.
like, they willing to take risk and, like, push that envelope. I mean, not in a bad way or anything, but, like, maybe the new Federation is probably, like, Septimon. Even though I think Septimon actually does have, like, a, maybe, like, its own Sentinel. Or actually, I don't know. Well, yeah, maybe. Even though, you know, they still call, you know, believe more like gladiator stuff. But who knows? Deep down, could be something. Oh, would you look at that? What the hell? Wait, hold on, is this? Oh yeah, this is the... Sounds like her pancakes. Well, why? Why did that appear again? Alright. Okay. That's honestly kind of weird. Yeah, I remember doing that from, it's the same mission with the hologram, you know, the one that I said I was going to play. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. But yeah, I wonder if the place is just either like a fake Sentinel and is really just what you call it, like a Theorian, or the Sentinel is just probably like ruthless or something, and it basically acts like a Theorian or Theodorian. You know, basically the bad guys, the Tide. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, that's very interesting. And this place, Septimon, I really wonder what that conversation with Augusta is gonna be like. And I wonder, which, I don't know, it probably is like a Sentinel-like version over here also. Actually, hold on, can I climb all the way? And even though obviously I don't think they're gonna show her. Can't like go in like whatever, right? Yeah.
Can you keep up?
But yeah, I wonder if they really do have some secret.
A smooth journey.
No, no. Is that another Assassin's Creed? I have like a whole bunch of eagles. It is. That's funny. Dude, I love that they added that. But yeah, that's probably why the dark side is like hitting hard over this place.
Start small to build big.
That's probably like the connection. Where is this thing going? Oh, is it going all the way up? Alrighty. Alrighty. I feel pretty satisfied. I think I'm done. Even though, again, you know, I kind of just went off the deep end and just yapping. Literally, probably like 2-3 hours on me, just on the screen. But yeah, that's pretty fun, honestly. Oh, pretty good. A little therapeutic also. Just let all those theories out. Even though I don't know how the hell I felt therapeutic. It's not like it's bringing me anger or sadness or something. I don't know. But yeah. I don't know. Maybe I will stream again on Twitch tomorrow.
To shine or to die.
I
Maybe
definitely
two
am
sides of the
gonna
same coin.
probably play Zenless on the next stream. And then, you know, another just running around doing stuff. Probably farm. No, yeah, that's what I need to do. Farm. Oh, talk about farming. Let me check this real quick.
I alone will decide what.
Time for another adventure?
And the thing is, I'll probably Um, okay, so holding increases crit and grants. Obviously, this won't be good for. I mean, you try your luck and just roll, but just main stat alone on healing. No. But I am. I wonder if, I wonder if this set would probably work for this girl. Children outro deals additional havoc and grants. Oh, what's the same thing? Grants the incoming resident damage bonus. Crit rate, crit damage, havoc. Oh, but she also heals also. I don't know. Oh, maybe in the future I'll probably try to do some flex builds. I don't know. But, yeah. I think I'm gonna just call it. No. This was fun.
Thanks. The white has been dyed red.